at 8:39 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Lewis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Having now resumed our very first in-person session in the last 2+ years, I am going to adjourn into closed session. Nice to see you all. I ask that the members of the public please leave the boardroom, and board members please turn off their microphones. And during closed session, the board will discuss and or take action on the following case, EE versus state. And we'll see you back here in just a few moments. We're back. So we have just in closed session discussed and taken action on the following legal matter, the EE versus state case. And we are launching our May meeting now. The May revision, as you know, to the governor's budget was made available last week. I'll include some more details under my president's report. I want to thank everyone who is here for wearing their masks and being safe. We are in the middle of a little surge, and so we really appreciate everyone's consideration there. There is a handout on the table in the lobby identifying the proposed items on the consent calendars. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 10. The proposed regular consent items are items 5 through 11. We will take up the waiver consent items just after our lunch break, and the regular consent items later this afternoon after item 4. We will reopen item 1, SBE priorities, later this afternoon to take action on the March 2022 minutes and take up the State Board liaison reports. Members of the public who wish to phone in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment by phone or in person will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 12 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on any matters that are not specifically listed on this meeting's board agenda. And item 1 is our state board projects and priorities item. I will give my report, and then following that, State Superintendent Thurman will be here to give his. So here we are. May is a happy time in education, not just because summer break is around the corner, but it's also when we celebrate the accomplishments of the year. And there's much to celebrate. May kicked off California Teacher Appreciation Week, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude for all the educators out there. Of course, a week is not enough time to fully appreciate teachers who should be recognized every week of the year for the important work that they do every day. Teachers are the profession on which all other professions depend, and so we want to acknowledge and encourage our teachers to recharge and renew in the weeks to follow. This week is Classified School Employees Appreciation Week. Another joyful moment and should be celebrated year-round. And I want to give a special shout out to all the people in our schools who make it possible for students to learn and grow in so many ways. Thank you for all that you do. Over the next several weeks, we'll see our wonderful senior students don robes and caps for graduation ceremonies. So congratulations to the class of 2022. In future years, when people discuss the character traits necessary for a good, happy life, traits like perseverance, determination, persistence, resilience, they will point to this class as a primary example of young people pushing through adversity to reach a goal. All of our grads are special, and I want to wish good fortune to our student board member. Rana is taking her International Baccalaureate exam this morning, and she will be with us to celebrate this afternoon, and I'm sure she's going to feel like celebrating after that is over. 6 California seniors were recognized by U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona last week among the 58th class of the U.S. Presidential Scholars. These young people are recognized by the White House Commission on Presidential Scholars for their accomplishments in academics, the arts, career technical fields, and their demonstrated commitment to community service and leadership. The California scholars include Riva Srivastava, who attends Mission San Jose High School in Fremont, Mie Sugino, La Cañada High School in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Catherine Spivakowski at Menlo Atherton High School in Atherton, Andrew Chi at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School in Rolling Hills Estates, Vivian He at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School in Rolling Hills Estates, and Madeline Elaine Case, who is at Viewpoint School in Calabasas. Congratulations. We're very proud to have these great teens representing our state. And last month on Earth Day, Secretary Cardona also recognized 4 California schools and a school district as recipients of the U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon School Honors. And these schools are recognized for their work on sustainability, healthy and safe school environments, and hands-on learning experiences that connect students to the world around them. And we're making a lot of progress, as you know, in the state on green schools, and we expect to make a lot more progress. We want to congratulate Catella High School in Anaheim, Suisun Valley K-8 School in Fairfield, St. Martin of Tours Academy in La Mesa, and Altamont Creek Elementary School in Livermore, plus the Merced Union High School District in Atwater, which was honored as a district sustainability awardee. Continuing the good news, Governor Newsom released his May budget revision on Friday. As a result of expanding state revenues, California's projected budget surplus is nearly $100 billion, more than the entire budget of every other state in the country, except New York and Texas. So Governor Newsom's revised proposal does make significant additional investments in education, provides unprecedented levels of investment in our schools. We, at one time, were one of the lowest spending states in the nation, and we are now well above the national average and continuing to move in the right direction. The governor's budget plan includes the highest level of per-pupil funding in our state's history, strategies to stabilize and support schools in terms of attendance as they recover from the challenges of COVID-19, funds to accelerate local efforts necessary to support those most affected by the pandemic, adding more student learning time to the school day, funding improvements for school and children nutrition, expanding pre-kindergarten programs, and moving forward, of course, on plans for universal TK. The May revise includes ongoing and expanded investments to address the teacher shortage and the school counselor shortage, as well as initiatives to expand the pipeline for TK teachers. There are additional funds for further expanding the number of resource-rich community schools, which we will hear about later today. We're all very excited for that item. We will be voting to approve the initial grantees for the planning grants, the implementation grants, of whom there are more than we had anticipated, and the new Technical Assistance Center. The enthusiasm from the field is palpable, and I really want to say the hard work of the State Department of Education staff to accomplish this has been extraordinary. Some of them are with us right now, and we'll hear from them shortly. These are the right investments at the right time, and they're crucial to implementation of the California for All Kids plan, which is designed to empower families and parents with more options and more services, and to address inequities in educational opportunities and outcomes. We look forward to the legislature passing a final budget in June that prioritizes students and families. In other important news, on Monday, the 60-day field review period for the revised draft of the mathematics framework closed. I would like to thank everyone who took the time to send in comments and suggestions and thoughts. CDE fielded more than 300 comments, many of them quite meaty and offering dozens and dozens of suggestions for line edits and other changes. With a 900-page document, it's not unusual to get hundreds of pages of requested edits, and we will take them very seriously. The work now with CDA staff is to review, organize, and evaluate the comments to develop a plan for revision. It's a lot of work. I very much appreciate CDE's curriculum division for their diligence with this project. Once we have an understanding of the scope of the proposed changes, we will need to make a determination about when the framework is likely to come before the State Board. I'll look forward to digging into the comments and understanding the insights from those who have taken the time to participate. That's exactly what the process is for, giving the public a voice and an opportunity to be heard. This is an important opportunity for the state, and it's important that we get this framework right. The United States has declined for many years in its mathematics performance on PISA, which is the international assessment, ranking well below the international average. And California has improved its standing in the last few years, but we still rank below the national average in the United States. The United States has been plagued by math teacher shortages for about a half a century, and many states and districts have struggled to find a curriculum approach that makes math come alive and become meaningful for most students, while encouraging and enabling a substantial number of students to be well prepared to enter STEM fields. This is especially critical in our state, where we need to grow a diverse and highly capable STEM workforce, a workforce that is vital to the future of the state. So this framework process, while it will continue to take considerable time and effort, comes at an important moment. When the first Common Core aligned framework, there was an immediate need to push out guidance to the field because the standards were so new and different. Teachers needed help in adjusting instruction. And while the speed of the effort was appreciated, we also heard from the field that the 2013 framework wasn't as helpful as some had hoped. And now we have the benefit of teachers who have been working with these standards for more than a decade. Many know and understand the standards well, and it gives us an opportunity to really dig into the best practices of the past 12 years and the years of data around Common Core aligned instruction. We will take the time needed to do the work well, to ensure quality and opportunity, excellence and equity in mathematics instruction, to give every student the opportunity to love mathematics and to excel in it. Finally, on a cautionary note, I do want to urge all of us to remain vigilant in our efforts to contain the spread of COVID, which is still with us, unfortunately. In fact, COVID case rates are up, rising with the BA.2 variant. Reported COVID-19 cases among children numbered 93,511 in the U.S. last week, up more than 50% from the previous week. In California, our overall case rates have increased by nearly 400% since the beginning of April, from about 100 on average per day to nearly 400 per day. Hospitalizations are going up here and nationally, and death rates are following and beginning to rise once again. I have personally lost 2 family members to COVID, and I know across our state many families have been affected, disproportionately in the African American, Pacific Islander, and Latinx communities, but all communities have felt this pain. Fears born of these experiences have kept many students, including a disproportionate number of students with disabilities, out of school. And I know that families and educators are struggling to enact and sustain mitigation strategies at home and at school. This is a time when we need to double down on safety, especially as large events are occurring at the end of the school year, proms and graduation ceremonies and the like. There was an article in the newspaper recently about proms as a super spreader events in a couple of districts. I attended my son's graduation from UC Berkeley's School of Public Policy on Monday, and I was thrilled that the hundreds of people in attendance, every single person was masked and cheering. And I thank everyone who was here for showing their concern for their own safety and that of others by wearing a mask. We'll need to watch the indicators and continue to focus on the mitigation strategies we know work, including continuing to encourage vaccinations. Across California, only 36% of children ages 5 through 11 have completed the vaccine, and all of us need to be aware of boosters so we can continue California's track record of saving lives relative to other large states and keeping children and adults safe. And there's so many boosters. I'm up to number 4. I don't know how many of you are keeping track. I'm happy that our colleagues in public health are working to address these issues by centering on equity, by prioritizing high-need schools and state-funded vaccine and testing programs. And on that note of cautious optimism, I'd like to pass the mic to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond. Tony, it's great to see you.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Good morning to you and to the members of the board and to all who are here today in person for this meeting. It's great to be with you in person and to bring you greetings on behalf of all of the staff at the California Department of Education and on behalf of our students and our schools. As you provided your report, President Darling-Hammond, I thought about what this school year has been like, and I'm grateful to the 50 to 60 schools that have invited me and given me the opportunity to visit them as this school year began and it has school reopened. And I have to acknowledge Dr. Escobedo. I believe yours district at the time when you were still leading Chula Vista was the very first school district that I visited in July, one of our earlier opening districts. And I can say that what I saw there and I've seen throughout, that in spite of all the challenges that our nation and our world is experiencing, students continue to learn and they continue to thrive. There's no doubt that we have, in this experience in these last 2 years, experienced what I think are the toughest moments that we'll experience in our lifetime. And there's no doubt that there have been a spotlight has been put on the inequities that have existed in the educational system for a very long time. But we are resilient people, and our students have demonstrated incredible resilience. Our educators have demonstrated ingenuity and creativity in the face of very difficult circumstances. Our families have been persistent and have juggled to be co-partners in education and caring for their kids and balancing work needs. And the state of California has put forward, I think, perhaps the greatest plan that we've ever seen as it relates to providing the kinds of resources that will allow California schools that I believe to first heal from the trauma of the pandemic, to make academic recovery, and then to thrive as we prepare our students for tomorrow. We certainly have a lot of work to do, but California is well poised to build something better than what we had before. I do want to acknowledge the tragic events of the last week, the continuing acts of hate that we've seen play out against the Black community in places like Buffalo, the tragic events that we've seen here in California, shootings in churches, that we continue to see acts of hate that take place. And they're not all in California. Many of these acts of hate that we see happen in places outside of our state, but they do have an impact on our students in California. I'm grateful that on yesterday, I had the opportunity to spend time with a great organization called Gender Nation that has provided gender-affirming books for our LGBTQ plus students. And it was a wonderful celebration. And I'm mindful that California students are experiencing higher rates of depression because of the kinds of statements being made in other states against our LGBTQ plus students and our trans students. That Black students are experiencing depression in higher rates, that all students have experienced depression in higher rates. I can think of nothing more important than making sure we address the social emotional needs of our students. And so I'm grateful for today's presentation on community schools and what that $3 billion investment means and the new proposed investment for community schools. We've had a great partnership with the state board staff and our board liaisons, Dr. Darling-Hammond and Dr. Escobedo, working hand in hand on how to really steer this incredible initiative. And I'll save the details for the presentation that will be coming up shortly. But this has to be our focus, supporting the social emotional needs of our students, giving our students the tools that they need to heal, giving them the tools that they need to make their academic recovery. Clearly, the state budget last year and the proposed budget this year make significant investments in professional development opportunities, expanded learning opportunities, and so many other things that we think will help our students. And not to mention that last year's budget does provide for us more resources to address hate directly because we know that education is a tool in addressing hate. Education can help to end hate. Sadly, many young people become co-opted by things that they hear, and they find themselves making terrible, terrible choices. And I'm grateful that our state is implementing a $10 million anti-bias training program for educators in our state, and that we continue to use education to end hate. Our students are thriving in spite of these challenges. They're doing what young people do. They're graduating, they're going to proms, they're making connections in the community, they're preparing for summer jobs, and we find ourselves continuing to do the important work of supporting our students and our educators and our families. Unfortunately, we have to do that still while we deal with issues like fire and natural disaster, and I had the opportunity to visit those who were impacted by the fires in Laguna Niguel on last week, and I want to give a big shout out to those who are working with our students and have come up with some of the most creative ways to support our students. While some students were not able to attend school, school was open every day for the students impacted by the fire, and I want to thank the folks at Wood Canyon Elementary in the Capistrano Unified School District for their work to support a relocation of these students so that students could have access to school every day. And I want to thank the emergency team at the California Department of Education and the Office of Emergency Services for working with our families. And it was an honor to visit and to be able to offer the family support who need relocation assistance, housing assistance, food, water, and other supports that we were able to provide. Unfortunately, this is our new reality. And if you think about it, last year, at least 20 of our counties experienced fire or natural disaster. And so we've got to continue to address the impacts of climate change and to assist our school families with preparedness for these opportunities. I think our state budget does a great deal to prepare our students for many of the things that they need. And I want to note that the mid-year budget continues to place a great emphasis on recruitment of teachers and educators and a focus on more counselors. And many of you have heard us talk about a bill that we've been working on this year with Senator McGuire, SB 1229, that we think helps us recruit 10,000 more counselors. And I am grateful to the governor and to the state board staff and team for their work to steer a proposal that would create an opportunity to provide grants for educators, future educators, and for future counselors. And so we're grateful to see that in this proposed budget, as well as the $400 million in funding to support literacy strategies and multilingual literacy strategies. We think that it's critical to, as we bounce back from this moment, focus on building skill for our students. And we know that reading is a gateway skill. And when students learn to read, they can read to learn anything. And so I want to thank our State Board President for her partnership and our task force on reading by third grade and the members of the State Board staff and board members who have participated as we continue to make sure that our children learn to read by the year 2026. There are a number of initiatives and bills that we are sponsoring and supporting that we think will help to get us there, but nothing I can think of more important than the investment that is in the proposed budget of literacy coaches and specialists and programs to support multilingual learners and to support our school libraries to have the resources that they need to move forward. So we're excited about this budget. As Dr. Darling-Hammond noted, with these record surplus that is available, this budget proposes $128 billion for education and provides important resources, incredible resources. We know that our schools are asking for help. I think they're excited by this budget. They're excited by the increase in funding in the base that helps them continue to address the rising cost of education. I'm certain that they are excited about the discretionary block grant. I think that is an amazing provision that is available to support California's schools. But we know that top of mind for our schools are things like offsetting declining enrollment. We've seen the decline in population over the years, and schools have felt that, and that decline has been exacerbated by the pandemic. So we have a lot of work to do. Addressing chronic absenteeism. It was pointed out to me that there is an increase in chronic absenteeism for kindergarten students. And so we know that we have to center our work to address chronic absenteeism. And of course, what we do to recruit and retain staff. Thanks to all of you who participated in our work on the task force on reading by third grade, and for all of you who participated in our task force on promoting Black student achievement, so that we support our students who've been impacted in the deepest ways by the opportunity gap. We can provide a better opportunity for all of our students and remove barriers. And as I close, I'd like to call your attention to the slide that is in front of you that highlights just a handful of the resources that California is marshaling and moving forward to help our schools build this system, build something better than what we had before. And as I would say, transform California schools. As you can see, it centers around universal meals, being able to provide meals to every hungry child, regardless of their background, 2 meals a day. Universal preschool. I'm certain that all of you, like me, we've been talking about universal preschool for decades. That California can make that a reality is just incredible. And a big shout out to the staff at the Department of Education who are working to help implement that. You'll hear more about community schools. These are more than just wraparound supports, but we need those wraparound supports in health and mental health and social services. And of course, what I would call transformative supports to help change school climate, to help us reduce suspensions, to help us end the school to prison pipeline so that we are educating, not incarcerating California kids. Professional development, more than $1.2 billion in the Educator Effectiveness Grant, the anti-bias grants that I referenced. The governor has created a mental health strategy over $4 billion. That means that there's no wrong door to go through in accessing mental health at a time when we have the greatest needs, whether that's in your school or in your community. And of course, expanded learning opportunities, because school is more than just what happens during the school hours. Programs before school and after school and during the summer that all told and all combined help us to build learning opportunities for California's kids. All of these together, we think, are going to be part of the strategy to help our schools build back better. As Dr. Darling-Hammond said, we must be mindful of the health challenges. We provided 5 million rapid COVID tests to California schools, and we've got to be mindful about health and safety as we go forward. But I'm grateful that California is leading with resources such as these to help us transform California schools and to build back better and build beyond the challenges that all schools in our nation face. Madam President, this concludes my report, and I submit myself to be available for any questions from you or members of the board.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to move right along with item 2, which is the California Community Schools Partnership Program. Approval of Cohort 1, the Planning and Implementation Grantees, and the approval of the Lead Technical Assistance Center contract awardee. I suggested earlier that this has been at a rapid pace for a state agency to lift up, conceptualize, and move forward a program like this, and we're very pleased that there will be resources reaching schools as early as this summer. The item has 3 recommendations for our approval. The approval of the Round 1 Planning Grant Awards, the approval of the Implementation Grant Awards, and then a 3rd recommendation on the Lead Technical Assistance Center contract. It's a very important piece of the infrastructure moving forward that we have the Technical Assistance Center. And again, thanks to the team for working so tirelessly to make it happen. The item will be presented by Superintendent Thurman, in addition to Steve Zimmer and Pete Callis and Brooklyn Williams of the State Department. Superintendent, please begin.
Thank you, Madam President. We're excited to present this item today for board approval. In short, we will be talking about the recommendations for planning grants, implementation grants, and technical assistance, a technical assistance lead. Grateful to the staff at the Department of Education and the staff at the State Board for the work on this. There has been outstanding cooperation and participation. There's been a high level of community participation. We've had conversations with districts and charter schools about what community schools means to help California schools in this moment. You'll hear from a number of our staff. First and foremost, Steve Zimmer, who has been working on the community school strategy pretty much since the beginning. He's formally come on board at the California Department of Education as one of our deputy superintendents. You'll also hear from Brooklyn Williams, who is a senior advisor here at the Department of Education and who has worked on community schools extensively in the community and the field. I would also acknowledge Abel Guillen, who you all may hear from today, who has joined us as the Deputy Superintendent of Operations and Administration Branch. Mr. Guillen has been working on a number of programs to help the physical development of our schools, and I would note that among other things, in the course of his career, he's helped to generate $2 billion for school maintenance and construction, something that is also featured in this proposed budget and something of great interest to many of our schools. And so with that framing, I'll turn it over with Deputy Superintendent Steve Zimmer to take us into the presentation.
Members of the board, it is a true honor to share our progress towards actualizing the promise of community schools in California. I first want to thank Superintendent Thurman for his justice-driven vision to create the California Community Schools Partnership Program as a school transformation initiative throughout our state, beginning in communities that have suffered the consequences of health, economic, and educational disparities. I also want to sincerely thank the board president, the executive director of the state board, and the whole of the SBE staff, especially Rigel and Jessica, for their seamless partnership throughout this process. We're getting to meet each other in person for the first time today. I heard there was some curiosity about what I actually looked like in person, and I encourage everybody to manage their expectations. I also want to give a huge thanks to our CDE team, Deanna Niebuhr, Lisa Reimers, and Pete Callis, who you'll hear from later today. They, together with the SBE staff, have stayed up countless nights and worked endless weekends, really given their heart and soul to get us to the finish line and to what I believe is the right finish line. And finally, I want to thank each of you. The support of the state board has allowed us to begin to actualize an historic moment for community schools. As a school transformation program under a bold and justice-driven framework, which you approved in January, we believe this holds game-changing possibilities for students, their families, and our schools across this state. Thank you. Thank each of you. Board members, we come to you today to ask for your confirmation of our recommendations for the initial round of the California Community Schools Partnership Program planning grants, implementation grants, and the lead technical assistance contract. Today, you'll hear from myself, our division director, Pete Callis, and later Brooklyn Williams, who is a senior advisor to the superintendent. As Division Director Callis will outline in a few moments, we seek your approval to allocate close to $80 million to schools, LEAs, an amazing partnership that we are coming to you to recommend to lead the critical technical assistance design for our state. As we discussed in the January board meeting, the California Community Schools Partnership Program seeks to transform relationships that support learning, which will in turn transform outcomes for our students, their families, and entire school communities. Further, we understand that this transformational model is rooted in and guided by an equity mission that recognizes the students, families, and communities who have been most marginalized and oppressed by the intentional disparities both in and within our educational system. Be the first engaged by this initiative that seeks to address those inequities. Yeah, I'm from LA, so I know better than to give away our best line in the trailer. But know that we in CDE are deeply humbled by the equity-driven prioritization of schools and communities where the need is greatest and assets have not been elevated for far too long. In order to understand the depth and reach of this moment, we'll look back at our process and the journey that we have been on since the legislature passed the California Community Schools Partnership Act, and the resulting program was codified and funded as part of the Budget Act of 2021 and the governor's budget of that same year. I will take us through a few slides that review this journey, then I'll hand it over to Pete Callis, who will discuss our RFA process and report our results. We're proud of these recommendations and hopeful that this board will concur, and we are excited to move forward with the full launch of this program in the 22-23 school year. These are the recommendations for SBE approval. CDE recommends that SBE approve the CCSP Round 1 planning grants. You have the attached list of approved applicants. CDE further recommends that the SBE confirm the CCSPP Round 1 implementation grants. You also have the list of approved applicants and I'm proud to say, the long list of individual school sites recommended for funding. In approving this implementation grant recommendation, CDE requests SBE authorize CDE to fund first-round implementation grants to meet the statutory priority of funding schools with over 80% unduplicated students enrolled. And finally, CDE recommends that the SBE confirm CDE's lead Technical Assistance Center contract award recommendation. A bit of an overview. In 2021, the legislature allocated over $3 billion for the CCSPP to establish new and expand existing community schools through the school year ending in June 2028. It includes grants to LEAs and technical assistance centers. The CCSP requires the State Board to approve an administration plan and an application process for the program, which happened in November. All LEA grantees and technical assistance program and awardees and receive annual updates from the CDE. We're doing the second of that today. Reminder, planning grants, this was 10% of the overall funding. There are 2 rounds, the first of which we will present for approval today. These will be for the 2021, 22, and 22, 23 program year. These funds can be spent over a 2-year grant period, but LEAs only receive a one-time grant of $200,000 per qualifying LEA. And the planning grants must go to LEAs with no existing community schools. And we have implementation grants. This is up to 70% of the total funding, over $2 billion. There are multiple rounds going through 21-22 through the 27-28 program year. It is a 5-year grant period with annual grants up to $500,000 per school site. Pete will go through this with you. LEAs, implementation grants are for LEAs with existing community schools. Technical assistance centers were also allocated for funds for contracts with LEAs to create instruct us to create a minimum of 5 regional technical assistance centers. In October, we provided this board with an informational memorandum with an introduction to our community schools model and an overview of the CCSPP. Then in November of 2021, the board approved the CCSPP proposed application process and administrative plan. Thank you again for that. Then in January of 2022, the board adopted the framework as the guiding document for the implementation of the CCSPP, approved also an amendment to our application and administration plan to establish a lead TAC in the lead technical assistance center in the winter of 22 and an RFA for regional technical assistance centers later in this calendar year. I do want to spend a moment talking again about the framework, which has been really received in the field and the community as a guiding document. And thank you again for your embrace and support of this framework. The framework expanded what is the nationally accepted 4 pillars of community schools to include 4 key conditions for learning, 4 key cornerstone commitments, 4 key proven practices, and 4 key roles. And I want to, particularly in light of the superintendent's powerful invocation of recent events in his introduction, I want to remind us of the 4 cornerstone commitments which you so embraced and approved in January. A commitment to an assets-driven and strength-based practice in our community schools. A commitment to racially just and restorative school climates in our community schools. A commitment to powerful, culturally proficient, and relevant instruction in our community schools. And a commitment to shared decision-making and participatory practices in our community schools. I thank you again for approving this guiding document for the field. We engaged in and shared with you both in November and in January, now I'll share again, we engaged with extensive outreach that really informed both the framework and guided our entire RFA process. There were regional forums held in November and December throughout the state. Over 500 interest holders, students, families, school staff, and community members attended. The sessions, yes, they included presentations, but they mostly included opportunities for attendees to offer their vision and their priorities. And I must say, their experiences, their stories, their testimonies. And this really informed our process at every stage. We also offered what we called office hours. They became really meetings over January, February, and March. It was probably more than 12, but at least 12 meetings with interest holder groups. And we held 5 largely attended webinars, extensive information sessions that I still feel like I'm recovering from sometimes, with potential applicants for each of the RFAs. I'm going to now turn it over to Division Director Pete Callis, who will take you through each of the grant awards that we're going to ask for your support with today. And bringing Pete Callis up here, I just want to extend to Pete, his entire team, our great thanks for the work that they have done night and day to get this across the finish line. Pete.
Madam President, as Mr. Callis comes, I would also like to acknowledge him for his work and the work of the entire division on the community schools work. And Madam President, with your approval, I will be stepping out, and Chief Deputy Nicely will join us on the dais. I've also been summoned to give testimony in Senate Education Budget Subcommittee 1, and one of the topics will be on community schools and what's in the budget. So if the Chief Deputy Superintendent will take over for me. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and board members. The Career College Transition Division team developed a streamlined needs-based application process for the planning grants and the implementation grants. The reading scoring team adhered to a multi-section rubric as we went through the scoring process for both of the grant programs. The planning grant RFA was released on March 1st. We had 203 complete applications submitted. The total funding request was just over $41.5 million. The breakdown of the LEAs for the 203 applications, there were 100 school districts, 15 county offices of education, 87 charter schools, and 1 joint powers authority. The results of the Round 1 Planning Grant reading and scoring process included 192 LEAs recommended for Planning Grant Awards. The total of the funding for the Planning Grant Awards was $38,200,122. This leaves us just over $259 million for Round 2 Planning Grant applications. CDE will distribute Planning Grant Award notifications so that the grantees can begin their community school planning in the 22-23 school year, right before July 1. Applicants that were not recommended for planning grant funding did not meet the minimum qualification guidelines that are in statute. Moving on to the implementation grants. Again, we utilize a streamlined needs-based application process. The implementation grant RFA was released on March 11th, 10 days after the planning grant RFA. We received 90 complete applications. The total funding request was just over $749 million. The LEA breakdown for the implementation grants were 59 school districts, 11 county offices of education, and 20 charter schools. For implementation grant allocations, they are all based on student need and school site enrollment. It was broken down into 4 categories: small districts, small LEAs up to 400 students, and then small to medium, 401 to 1,000 students, medium to large, 1,001 to 2,000 students, and then we had the large category of 2,001 plus students. The results of the Round 1 implementation grant reading and scoring process included 76 LEAs in 29 of our 58 counties across the state were recommended for implementation grant awards supporting 458 individual school sites. The total of the funding for implementation grant awards is $611,087,500, which is about $211 million more than what we were planning on. CD will distribute the implementation grant award notifications so these LEAs can get started right away on their planning and implementation work going forward, right at the beginning of the 22-23 school year. Applicants that were not recommended for an implementation grant did not meet the statutory priorities. The statutory priority we are referring to is the grant making priority for schools serving an unduplicated pupil count of 80% or higher. The department made the decision to adhere to the statutory priority in the implementation grant Round 1 to ensure that we retain sufficient funds for all planning grantees to receive implementation grants as required by statute. To be clear, a denial in the initial round of funding does not mean that LEAs would never receive funding for schools serving fewer than 80% high-need students. We encourage LEAs to apply in subsequent rounds for implementation grants. There is approximately $1.4 billion remaining for future implementation grants. As Mr. Zimmer mentioned earlier, there was an amendment to the program administration plan with the addition of a lead technical assistance center. The lead technical assistance center responsibilities will include to build content and overarching methodology for CCSPP technical assistance, build a developmental implementation rubric to articulate community school implementation for all of our sites that receive implementation grants, along with planning grants, facilitate community of practice among the regional technical assistance centers, which will have the RFA out for those later this year, coordinate and maximize areas of expertise among the regional technical assistance centers. There will be a subsequent RFA for the regional tax following here in 2022. So in contrast to the RFA process for planning and implementation grants. The Lead Technical Assistance Center RFA was extremely rigorous with many questions that delved into each applicant's extensive expertise and experience in supporting community schools and school improvement. The entire scoring rubric was included in the posted RFA. The department released the Lead Technical Assistance Center RFA on March 30th. CDE received 4 highly competitive applications for the Lead Tech. Total funding for the Lead Technical Assistance Center is $24 million over 6 years. The applications submitted were from 4 county offices of education. The readers adhered to the posted rubric for the scoring of the applications, which consisted of multiple sections and multiple prongs to each section. The department is very excited to announce the selection of Alameda County Office of Education as the Lead Technical Assistance Center for the California Community Schools Partnership Program Grantees and the 5 regional technical assistance centers. They currently lead the Alameda County Community Exemplary Schools for School Success Consortium, which leverages the 2020 CCSPP grant to serve nearly 2,000 students at 5 high-need schools. This, coupled with their demonstrated leadership in expanded learning and the statewide system of support, positions them well to be up and running quickly to offer technical assistance to grantees alongside their outstanding partners. As you know, the statute gave priority to applicants for the technical assistance centers who partnered with institutes of higher learning or nonprofit community-based partners. Alameda County Office of Education's application included both. The UCLA Center for Community Schooling will co-lead the effort with the Alameda County Office of Education. The center has over 15 years of experience supporting community schools and as a university initiative plays a unique role with their many community school partners offering stability, research capabilities, teaching, and service activities. Their co-leadership as the Lead Technical Assistance Center and ability to leverage their years of experience will help to inform the work of our planning and implementation grantees across the state. As the framework points out, there are a small number of proven practices that all California community schools should adopt and adapt to meet the needs of their schools. One of these is to align and integrate with education justice and equity initiatives at the district and site level. So we're pleased that another partner organization for Alameda County Office of Education is Californians for Justice. Californians for Justice is a statewide grassroots organization with over 25 years of experience with building the power of youth and communities of color. The establishment of shared decision-making structures, processes, and protocols are essential to the successful planning and implementation of community schools. So we're pleased to announce that Alameda County Office of Education has included the National Education Association as a partner. With a decade of community school implementation nationwide, they are currently supporting over 1,000 schools in 39 of our states. The department is excited to work with Alameda County Office of Education with assisting and offering technical assistance to both current and future CCSPP grantees on their journey into developing a highly successful community school system. Thank you, and I'd like to pass the presentation back to Mr. Zimmer.
Thank you so much, Pete. And as I said before, we literally could not have done this without Pete and his division. These RFAs have been completed with expertise, commitment, and care. And we thank Pete and thank his division. Before I take us through next steps, board members, I would like to introduce the mayor's senior advisor, Brooklyn Williams. I came to know Brooklyn's work in the Bay Area, particularly around freedom schools. Brooklyn is going and thrilled that she's part of our team as the superintendent's senior advisor. And she's going to share a little bit about her experience in implementing community schools. Brooklyn?
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, board. Thank you for your service to the students, families, and educators of California. My name is Brooklyn Williams, and I am the new Senior Advisor to Superintendent Thurman. It is an honor to be with you this morning. I decided to join the California Department of Education because of my passion and belief in many of the initiatives Superintendent Thurman is focusing on. My lived experience working in schools over the last 25 years has taught me one of the most important of those initiatives is the advancement of community schools. Indeed, the community schools model is the glue that holds all school transformation strategies together. I helped build a community school from the ground up during my time working at a continuation school in Oakland during the early 2000s. At the time, we didn't know we were building what became known as a community school. We were just trying to meet the needs of our students in order to keep them in school and on the path towards graduation. Our teachers, administrators, and classified staff were trying to serve as social workers, case managers, housing navigators, mental health practitioners, and a whole host of other roles that they didn't have the training or capacity to do consistently. We had recruited a talented team of teachers, but we could see that they were on the path to burnout while trying to play a multitude of roles for one of the most vulnerable student populations in our district. We needed reinforcements, and we needed them badly. Meanwhile, our students often missed school to run around town trying to access important services. Many students were not able to access services due to transportation barriers or having family responsibilities and other competing responsibilities. For our students impacted by the criminal legal system, not attending counseling appointments or substance abuse prevention programs and other court-ordered activities could mean violating their probation and returning to detention. We knew we had to do something to stop the unhealthy cycle of our staff and students that they were caught in. We started with engaging our students and launching a paid student leadership internship program. Our student leaders suggested we offer substance abuse intervention services on campus, as well as conflict resolution. The student leaders learned de-escalation and peer mediation skills, and we partnered with them to reduce conflict and the potential for violence on and off our campus. After securing the first 2 services on campus, we went on to partner with community-based organizations and public agencies who provided wellness services, case management, legal services, and support for our gang-impacted students. This was made much easier by the fact that our district launched a full-service community school initiative. And we were provided with the designated staff to help provide technical assistance and establish a coordinated services team. Due to our collaborative efforts, our school became a one-stop shop for our students to get many of their needs met. As a result, we saw our attendance rates improve, our graduation rates go up, suspension rates go down, and our staff turnover reduced. We transformed our school climate and culture by creating a school that focused on nurturing transformative relationships. School was no longer a transactional place where students came to try and earn their diploma in exchange for attending class and turning in assignments. But instead, school was a place where our students' whole humanity was seen. They felt safe, and were able to heal and grow and most importantly, learn. I experienced firsthand how community schools can literally save our students' lives and interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. The saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, community schools embraces this truth and acknowledges that schools are the center of that village. And we need to raise the whole child. I look forward to partnering with you, my CDE colleagues, and districts throughout our state to advance community schools as we embark on this historic opportunity to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, systemic inequities, break unhealthy generational cycles, and reimagine the future of learning for students and families in California. Thank you for allowing me the time to share my experience, and I will now turn it back to Deputy Superintendent Steve Simmer.
Thank you so much, Brooklyn. Thank you for grounding us, for reminding us the potential and the power for what it means to transform relationships at a school site. It's not just about academic outcomes, as we know. And we thank you for the experience and the wisdom and the voices of our students and our families that you will continue to bring to us in this collaborative process. Board members, I want to take you through our next key steps as we move forward from today. And then myself and the team will be here to answer and address any questions that you might have. And I'm gonna go through this and try not to be overwhelmed by what I'm going to share with you. After today's vote, our team will immediately turn our attention to the launching of our planning and implementation grant cohorts and ensuring that we have the technical assistance in place and to not only make sure that each awardee has a successful launch, but their community school journey is supported at every step along the way to these transformed relationships and these transformed outcomes. So we are first going to, of course, notify all of our, officially notify all of our round one planning and implementation grant awardees. We are going to execute contracts and distribute funds to the approved planning and implementation grant awardees. We are going to convene webinars, which will serve as initial convenings for the planning and implementation grant cohorts. We will execute the contract for the lead technical assistance center awardee and build out the timeline for the technical assistance design. We will release the RFA for the regional technical assistance centers and complete that RFA competitive process on a timeline that allows for us to present recommended awardees to this board at your September meeting. We will develop in consultation with the lead technical assistance center awardee and in collaboration with state board staff, an interim technical assistance strategy that will provide necessary guidance for successful program launch for our awardees, as well as building a bridge to the comprehensive technical assistance that will be developed by the lead technical assistance center and will be implemented through the regional technical assistance center design. All of these initial next steps will be completed or fully engaged by June 30th. In addition, I want to share with you that we know, as much as we are coming to you in some ways in celebration of this process, we know that we have a lot to learn. We know that we have a lot to reflect upon. And for those of us, as Brooklyn mentioned, who have been doing community schools work way before we even knew that term, we know that we learn from every process. We have to open our hearts and our minds to our own learning as we continue to develop. And so we're going to dive deep and analyze the round one planning grant and implementation grant data to see what we have to celebrate and elevate, but also to identify community school deserts. What are the sections of our state where we did not receive applications? And figure out how we are intentional about an outreach and engagement plan during the round two RFA processes. We know that we need to more deeply engage with our early childhood community. We know that we prioritize this for LEAs, but we know that there is an entire ecosystem in our early childhood community that extends well beyond LEAs. And we know that this is a place of growth, and we know that this needs to be a place of focus as we move forward. We will also name and seat and launch the superintendent's statewide advisory board for the California Community Schools Partnership Program. And we will name and seat and launch a youth council as well for for the CCSPP. And last, we will develop a comprehensive outreach plan for round 2 of the planning and implementation grants. And connected in your board packet, there should be a revised overall timeline for our program. I want to conclude again by thanking you, thanking the superintendent, the governor, the legislature, all of the members of our team, and just to reference both the superintendent's opening remarks and the board president's opening remarks. Our hearts are heavy this week. We feel deeply pain and the loss, both of the horrible incidents of violence and hate that were referenced, but also of the demarcation point of 1 million lives lost to COVID. And as the board president said, those of us who have lost folks personally in our family feel it very, very deeply. We also know that so many of our students, especially those in the schools that we are funding in this first round of implementation grants, have felt the disproportional impacts of COVID, devastating impacts that I don't think we fully have our heads wrapped around. We know in our hearts that this program is an important step towards the type of change and investment that will lead to not only healing, but transformation. We thank you for your consideration of these recommendations today. We thank you for your partnership, and I look forward to answering any and all questions that you have. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And we're going to ask for the public comment slide so we can queue up.
I think I have it on here. I'm a rookie. So there we go.
Thank you so much. And thanks for that wonderful presentation. Members of the public who wish to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Member Escobedo if he has any initial comments, and then we will see if there are clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
Again, want to commend, CDE and SBE for just a Herculean effort in starting. We just started. It's a great beginning. You got to see the significant list and the planning as well as the implementation. I mean, the effects that we're going to have statewide is going to be incredible. And I hope we begin to also measure the incredible effects of this plan down the road, because we have many challenges. We know about chronic absenteeism has, I believe, doubled in California and in many other states. I do believe we have, how do we activate engagement? How do we create that relevancy and connectiveness, for our students in the schools that they go to? It's going to be very critical. And I know this program, whether you're planning or implementing, is going to do that. And I look forward to the effects of this amazing opportunity for our state, an amazing opportunity for our students and families and us to learn, from this whole grant process that will take in effect the next 8 years. Is that correct? And again, what a great beginning! A real time for celebration, and the timing actually could have been done last year, but the timing couldn't be better. Actually, yeah. Timing couldn't be better. The need is there.
Thank you. And I echo Member Escobedo's gratitude to the department. I think that we're off to a very good start. I'm gratified that the department intentionally streamlined the application for LEAs and weighted it towards the unique needs of each of the LEA student bodies. The legislature, the board, the department are aligned that this is an equity initiative, And wherever LEAs are in their community schools implementation, they will be supported by robust technical assistance aligned to the community schools framework, which is going to be a critical kind of linchpin and in the process. I did want to ask one clarifying question. I want to see if there are any other clarifying questions from the board. Then we'll go to public comments. So thank you very much, Steve. In terms of the Regional Technical Assistance Center process that will follow, can you clarify when that is likely to come back to the board?
It will come back in September.
Okay, thank you very much.
September for a recommendation similar.
Our expeditious process here. Are there any clarifying questions? If there are any discussion questions, we'll save those till later. Yes, Member McQuillan.
Yes, thank you. It's a monumental process and very exciting for the whole state of California. One clarifying question is on the planning grants. If I guess I could take up to 2 years with the planning phase. If an LEA decides that it only takes 1 year, can they pull the trigger and apply for an implementation grant earlier in the process?
Well, absolutely. It's actually our anticipation that most will apply for the implementation grant after 1 year. It's just a 2-year window where they can spend that money. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions at this moment? I mean, I'm so used to looking on the Zoom screen for the little participant hands. They're like they're real hands going up. I don't know what to do with this. Member Rodriguez, then I'll come to Member Orozco-Gonzalez, and then I'll come around to the other side here.
Thank you. So my question is, will the dashboards at community schools be different? Will there be like different criteria that'll be added, an indication when we look at that data of any changes?
Well, yeah, that's a great question, and it's not a question I have an answer to right now, but I think it's something that we do need to consider, because as we spoke about both in as it relates to community schools, but also as it relates to some of our other key initiatives, social emotional learning, for example, looking at how we build in indicators into the dashboard is certainly something that I think that we need to prioritize and consider. So I appreciate the question. I don't have an answer yet, but it's something that's certainly on our minds.
And we'll find some way that there's some analytics that we can look at, I'm quite sure. I think the next person was Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
Well,
did you also have your hand up?
Yeah, I did have.
You did, yeah.
Oh, okay. I just had a question about, this is a great beginning, also to activate engagement, to reach students of diverse backgrounds. My question is, what is the plan for outreach to the districts that qualify for the planning grant but didn't apply? I heard you said that you had some things in process for that.
What I said and what I want to reiterate is we are concerned about that.
Yeah.
And we need to look deeper into why districts that qualified, LEAs that qualified, did not participate in this process this spring. I can tell you anecdotally that we've heard from a lot of districts that said this was the hardest year that we've ever had, and that we want to do this, but we just couldn't do one more thing this spring. And we want to kind of go through like kind of a more intentional process. So that's one of the things that we've heard. But I want to be cautious in kind of laying out a plan before we really look deep into, kind of where those deserts are, where those gaps are. I think we may need to have a very multifaceted outreach strategy, because I think that the reasons why LEAs might not have applied in some parts of our state may be different than in other parts of the state. So we look forward to reporting back to you on that in September when we come with the Regional Technical Assistance Center grants.
Great, thank you.
All right. Member Lewis?
Thank you. I just have one. Just back to the interim technical assistance that districts will be provided, would that be from Alameda County? And does the two questions, and does the June 30th deadline that you mentioned or time frame for all of the assistance to be put in place, does that include the RFA for the regional techs?
It does. It does. We want to have that process launched before June 30th. That's our internal, goal and timeline. And I want, just as I did with the previous question, we are going to gather ourselves after today's meeting. We know that there is going to be a gap in time between when we're going to have this contract executed, hopefully with the approval of the board today, and that contract execution, as I knew very well from my times in LAUSD, but I've also learned in my few months here at CDE, contract execution does not always match the school calendar. And so we know that we're going to have this gap period. And so what we intend to do is really to regather ourselves, our team, the state board staff team, also our partners from West Ed who have been providing technical assistance to the initial grant that was offered in 2020, and develop a plan to make sure that we have that baseline technical assistance in place to help with the launching of both planning grants and implementation grants. And as I said, and I know this is kind of a general term, but the idea is to build a bridge to the comprehensive the comprehensive technical assistance. To address your question on the involvement of Alameda County, I can't speak specifically to that as we're going to be executing a contract, hopefully after the approval today. But it's certainly my hope that they would be involved, at least in a consultatory way, because we want whatever bridge we build to align with the comprehensive technical assistance they're going to be developing. I hope that begins to address the question.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the attention to that interim technical assistance before the regional support is on the ground, because I know schools, everybody's excited about community schools and the value that they're going to bring. And I know if I'm at a school site and I've got a planning implementation grant, I'm wanting to be off and running. So I do appreciate the detail and the attention to providing that interim assistance until those regional techs are.
Yeah, thank you, board member. That's very much on our minds. Thank you.
All right. I think we're going to, we have, I believe, one in-person comment, which we'll take first, and then we'll go to public comment on the telephone line, where we have quite a number of people lined up ready to call in. Please make your way forward. And
oh, no, sir, Mike, back here.
New process for everybody.
Make your way a little bit forward, but not all the way to the front. And we encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. No, I don't think the mic is turned up yet. All right.
The first one through the tunnel always gets bloody, is that correct?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you in person. My name is Michael Juba, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA really does appreciate the impressive work that CDE and SBE in helping the state to arrive at this moment. To help move nearly $3 billion investment from statute to reality has really been a tremendous undertaking. To truly support this work, CTA believes that CDE and SBE should limit the number of regional TACs to 5. This is necessary to ensure the high-quality TAs across the state and to not dilute the funding. And targeting approval for the July SBE meeting makes practical sense for them to be up and running in the fall. The RFA and the regional TACs must be explicit that all technical assistance must be grounded in the California Community Schools framework and specifically aligned with the 4 pillars in alignment with the lead TAC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And with that, I believe I can move to the on the phone line. Is that right? Yeah? Okay, so for those who are calling in, We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computer if you are following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each, and where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided.
Okay, we currently have 19 people in the callers in the queue for public comment. I will open the phone line now. State Board of Education, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits ending in 7570, you are live. Please start your comments now. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Speaker system for me?
Caller ending with the number 5292, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Ayuki Kaduyav Amahit, Nanituiti Terry Sapahan, Nahefe Mu True North Organizing Network. Hello and good morning. My name is Terry Sapahan. I'm a Cuddick tribal member and I'm the executive director of True North. We are community organizers in Humboldt, Del Norte, and tribal lands. We are a member of the California Partnership and Pico California's Education for Liberation, and a strong supporter of your community schools initiative, as well as our state senator Mike McGuire's SB 1229. True North works with Black, White, Hmong, tribes, and Latinx communities throughout the Redwood region, but True North specifically works in community schools at Lolita, in Humboldt, and with Yurok Tribe's Promised Neighborhoods and its public school on its Indian reservation, as well as public schools throughout Del Norte County. I want to echo President Darling Hammond and Member Escobedo's comments about this being a Herculean effort accomplished by the state to create, in such a brief amount of time, this transformative approach known as the Community Schools Partnership Program. Our ask is for the State Board of Education to provide clear accountability and consistent technical assistance.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
This program.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Rosario Hernandez, and I am Community Liaison with True North Organizing Network in Humboldt County, and a member of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. The California Partnership is a statewide alliance of community organizing advocacy groups led by Advancement Project California, Californians for Justice, Pico California Education for Liberation, and advocates. With the support of Community Coalition, Inner City Struggle, and over a dozen grassroots research and philanthropic partners, we center the voices and leadership of Black, Indigenous, and Brown students, families, and communities of color across the state to advance a shared vision of transformational, racially just, relationship-centered community schools. The California Partnership supported families, students, and educators to help this $3 billion community schools grant program. We know that transformation happens when students, families, community, and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create community schools. Today you'll be hearing from members of our network about how important this opportunity for school transformation is for us as students, families, and community leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Erin Apty with Public Advocates and the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. We'd like to thank CDE and the board for listening to youth, families, and educators in the community schools grant design and implementation. We see many of our community's recommendations reflected in the framework, grant RFAs, and the program's goals and requirements. We're also thrilled to see many of these provisions included and strengthened in the May revision trailer bill, along with an additional $1.5 billion proposed investment to ensure that every eligible high-needs school in the state can become a racially just, relationship-centered community school. We strongly believe that the state, LEAs, schools, and technical assistance centers must work together to ensure that schools and districts authentically share power and decision-making with directly impacted students, families, and educators, and leverage the expertise of their community partners in co-creating schools. Doing so will transform our schools, close racialized achievement gaps, and better serve the social, emotional, and behavioral health needs of our school communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Frida Romero. I am a youth organizer with ICUC in the Eastern Coachella Valley and a member of California Partnership, as well as part of the PICO California Education for Liberation. Community schools are transformative because they value and leverage the expertise of our communities. That is why we fully support the governor's proposed trailer bill language, which restricts community school guarantees from using funds on punitive disciplinary practices like police and WAIVERS officers that harm students of color. We also advocate for mental health resources as kids navigate being reintegrated into in-person schooling and deal with unprecedented adversities. Transformation happens when students, families, communities, and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create racially just, relationship-centered community schools. We urge you to provide leadership to support districts and schools to live up to the framework commitments and shared power and decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, board members. My name is Karn Tetang with Californians for Justice and the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. I want to thank you and the team at CDE for y'all's work on community schools and centering the voices of students and families in the rollout of community schools. At CFJ and in the partnership, as we work towards this long-term vision of school transformation, we believe that the people most impacted by an issue should be the ones creating the solutions, and when it comes to schools, that means students and families. That's why it's so important that grantees have a plan to use an existing or create a shared decision-making community school team that includes students, families, educators, and community-based organizations. We're so excited to see that the governor agrees and included this in the proposed grant priority criteria for future rounds of grants. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Day Sun with the Advancement Project California and a member of the California Partnership. We appreciate the SB and CDE's commitment to local transparency and accountability, both integral to school transformation. LEAs should annually present their community schools plan, including data outcomes from the prior year, at the school and district level, such as to local advisory committees and at school board meetings, to remain eligible for grant funding. We're excited to see this annual public presentation included in statute as a program requirement and think it should apply to planning grant awardees. In LA Unified, we've seen the power of historically marginalized communities engaging the district to ensure equity for $700 million allocated by the Student Equity Needs Index. When students and families are brought to the table with access to information around dollars, actions, plans, and other key decisions facing schools, they can better dialogue and share their expertise around the needed steps to better outcomes for low-income students and students of color. Transformation happens when students, families, communities, and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create racially just, relationship-centered community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sara Estavo. I'm a youth organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change and a member of PICO California's Education for Liberation. The community schools framework commitment to racially just and restorative school climates can only be realized by rejecting school hardening and pushing out practices that criminalize and marginalize students. As a former high school educator here in the Inland Empire, I have witnessed how heavily policed schools serving students of color are. I've seen how our students are criminalized and unjustly pushed into the school to prison pipeline because they are deemed a perceived threat by school security or even their teachers. It's imperative that our school districts begin to focus on replacing punitive discipline with racially just and restorative practices with put into this pipeline. Transformation happens when students, families, community, and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create racially just, relationship-centered community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and board members. My name is Maritza Bermudez, and I am a community organizer with Orange County Congregation Community Organization and the parent leader at the Anaheim Union High School District and Anaheim Elementary School District in the city of Anaheim, and a member of the California Partnership. I want to celebrate this moment and the opportunity for my school's transformation, as both of the districts that my children attend receive community school grants. And I can proudly say that I was part of the grant writing process with Anaheim Union High School District. For my schools, receiving the community school grant will mean so many things, but most importantly to me and my community, it will let us have a voice and an active seat at the table. Building authentic relationships between students, families, educators, and community partners is key to the success of the transformational change that will benefit our community. I want to end by highlighting that transformation happens when students, family, community, and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create racially just, relationship-centered community schools. And I also want to thank the Anaheim Union High School District for their leadership in leading the way for the community schools model in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Mariam Abdi, and I'm a parent leader with the Peace California Education for Liberation in Oakland and a member of the California Partnership. We are excited to see many of our community priorities from the regional forums uplifted in the community school framework and program requirements. Many of the Arabic-speaking parents I know share similar concern about how to raise our children so they can be close to their culture and at the same time be included in the school community. When we participated in the forum last December, we shared that our schools need to be responsive to our needs. We want our children and all students to have equitable access to quality teaching and learning. And that's why we must value and leverage the expertise of our community and community organizations to partner with diverse families, students, and educators. It takes all of us to create racially just relationship-centered community schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
We'll need 2 minutes with a Spanish speaker with interpretation.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Selvia y soy mamá en el Distrito Escolar de Sacramento y miembro de California Partnership. Para mi escuela, recibir subsidios para esta escuela comunitaria significa que los estudiantes y las familias podrán recibir apoyo de salud mental para recibir este apoyo que tanto necesitan. En mi escuela, construir relaciones auténticas entre los estudiantes y familias y educadores y socios comunitarios es la clave para el éxito. Las escuelas deben diseñarse con padres estudiantes en la mesa para decidir cómo se gastará este dinero. Con esta gran oportunidad quiero ver nuestras necesidades representadas en cómo se gastarán estos fondos. Estoy muy feliz de celebrar este esfuerzo que hicimos todos. Gracias. My name is Selvia, and I'm a parent on Sacramento School District. I'm a member of the California Partnership for the schools. Receiving this community school grant will mean that students and family will be able to receive more mental health support. They will be able to receive the support they so badly need. At my school, building authentic relationships between students, families, and educators and community partners is the key to success. The schools must be designed with parents and students at the table to decide how the dollars are going to spend. With this great opportunity, I want to see our needs represented and how the money will be spent. I'm very happy to celebrate the effort that we all made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, we'll need 2 minutes for a monolingual speaker with interpretation and an additional minute for the interpreter who's also an organizer to provide her testimony.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed with your comments.
Adelante, Alma.
Go ahead.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Alma. Buenos días, mi nombre es Alma Chávez y soy líder de una mamá líder de Fullerton, California, con Oco Pico y Oco, y miembro de California Partnership. Apoyo totalmente el lenguaje del proyecto de ley propuesto por el gobernador de los fondos, los comisionados de las escuelas comunitarias en el uso de los fondos en participación disciplinaria de los castigos como la policía y los oficiales de recursos que dañan a los estudiantes de color. Como madre, yo espero que nuestras escuelas sean un sitio de apoyo y no un sitio de castigo y trauma. La transformación ocurre cuando los estudiantes y las familias de la comunidad, los educadores, son socios auténticos de necesita de todo nuestro apoyo para crear escuelas comunitarias realmente justas y centradas en la realidad. Gracias.
My name is Alma Chavez. I am a parent leader in Fullerton, California with OCO, Pico California Education for Liberation, and a member of the California Partnership. We fully support the language in the governor's proposed bill that restricts community schools grantees from using funds on punitive disciplinary practices such as police and resource officers who harm students of color. As a parent, I hope that our schools are a place of support and not a place of punishment and trauma. Transformation happens when students, families, and community and educators are authentic partners. It takes all of us to create racially just relationships in our community schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Alvarado, and I am lead organizer with OCO. That's Orange County Congregation Community Organization, a Pico California Education for Liberation Federation down in Orange County, and a member of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. The community schools framework commitment to racially just and restorative school climates can only be realized by rejecting school hardening and push out practices that criminalize and marginalize students, caregivers, and their communities. As an organizer, I have seen the racial disparities in our schools that hurt students, families, and communities, and we all now have an opportunity to transform and heal. So thank you so much for that. And transformation happens when students, families, communities, and educators are authentic partners, and it takes all of us to create racially just relationships in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
We'll need 2 minutes for a monolingual speaker with interpretation, and then an additional 1 minute for the interpreter, who is also an organizer, to provide testimony.
Okay, no problem. Please proceed.
Ya puedes empezar, Gabriela.
Mi nombre es Gabriela Silva, con Padres Unidos BAC en Salinas, en el Condado de Monterrey. Soy organizadora y madre líder. La experiencia con nuestra comunidad es asegurar que los distritos van a incluir a toda la comunidad, sobre todo las más impactadas familias de lenguajes étnicas y minorías diversos. Queremos transparencia en los procesos sin limitar a padres y estudiantes en ser parte del proceso y asegurar que la presión de ustedes traiga transparencia auténtico involucramiento. Para nosotros es muy importante que nos escuchen para el futuro de nuestros jóvenes. La transformación pasa cuando las estudiantes, familias y comunidad y educadores son socios auténticos para el éxito de todas las generaciones. Gracias.
My name is Gabriela Silva with Padres Unidos PHC in Salinas in Monterey County. I'm an organizer and a parent leader. Our experience as a community has been ensuring that districts include the entire community in decisions, especially the most impacted families of diverse languages, ethnicities, and races. We want transparency in the processes without limiting parents and students in being part of the process. We want to ensure that your pressure brings transparency and authentic involvement. For us and for the future of our young people, it is very important that they listen to us. Transformation happens when students, families, community, and educators are authentic partners for the success of every generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I will give my testimony. My name is Katie Nunez-Adler. I'm a parent leader with PICO and the statewide coordinator for the California Partnership. We celebrate the process of continuous improvement embedded into the community schools program. Ensuring that school and district shared decision-making teams annually present their community schools plans at the school site and district levels to remain eligible for grant funding is a strong lever for school transformation. In Oakland, high school teams have been required to do such presentations for the past 7 years. 93% of school teams reported that the process has been key to reflection, planning, and school improvement. Since this practice began, the graduation rate for African American boys has increased by 12.2%, and the A to G completion rate has increased by 14.1%. We're excited to see an annual public presentation of a plan included in statute as a requirement, and think it should apply to districts receiving planning grants as well. Transformation happens when students, families, community, and educators are authentic partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. caller with...
We need 2 minutes for...
Okay.
We need 2 minutes for Spanish speaker with interpretation.
Okay, please proceed.
Mi nombre es Alma Loredo, madre líder y organizadora en educación con BHC Padres Unidos en Salinas, Condado de Monterrey, miembro de California Partnership. Nosotros organizamos padres y estudiantes a través del condado el involucramiento de los padres y estudiantes es crítico e importante para nosotros. Les pedimos que nos apoyen asegurando que los distritos escolares locales nos involucren en los procesos. Queremos que exista el diálogo con la comunidad y varios métodos creativos para obtener data que se incluya a los padres, jóvenes y estudiantes. No queremos solo encuestas e información para checar la caja y que distritos obtengan la beca. Necesitamos compromiso, responsabilidad y transparencia, además de colaboración, que usen métodos creativos que nos incluyan en el desarrollo y la toma de decisiones, ya que esto reflejará la equidad y autenticidad en el proceso. La transformación pasa cuando estudiantes, familias, comunidad y educadores son socios auténticos para el éxito de futuras generaciones. Good morning. My name is Alma Loredo, parent leader and education organizer with BHC Padres Unidos in Salinas, Monterey County. We organize parents and students throughout Monterey County, and also we are members of California Partnership. Parent and student engagement are critical and important for us, and we ask for your support, ensuring that local school districts include our voices and experiences in the process. We want that exists dialogues within the community and creativity to get data and make sure this includes parents, youth, and students. We don't want only surveys and information to check the box and just get the grant. We need commitment, responsibility, and transparency, but also collaboration and the decision in the planning process. This will reflect equity, authenticity in the process. The transformation happens when students, families, community, and educators are true partners for success of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and State Board members. This is Lucero Chavez on behalf of PIQUE, the Parent Institute for Quality Education. We are a national family engagement nonprofit based in California. We want to thank CDE and the board for your commitment to uplifting equity in the community schools program. The 18,000 families we serve across California have shared with us just how much accessible, holistic resources are needed in their communities to recover from the pandemic and to thrive after. I'd also like to emphasize that PIQUE and other CBOs are ready to partner and share our local and statewide expertise to develop best practices and tools to facilitate successful communities of practice and capacity building. Thank you, and we look forward to working together to create a community school that reflect the needs of our families across the state.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Dr. Hayen Kimner with the California Community Schools Learning Exchange. Good morning. We are thrilled to hear about the LEAs and the charters that have been awarded community schools planning and implementation grants, and are especially excited about the small and rural school districts that recognize that this opportunity is not just about COVID relief or programmatic interventions. Rather, a successful and sustainable community strategy can galvanize a regional partnership and systems approach that brings together the relationships and leadership within local communities, cross-sector and departmental county resources, and informal and formal systems of early care and education and post-secondary education. These are the regional strengths and assets that are a valuable foundation for LEAs to bring alignment and coherence to other major funding streams in the current budget, as well as the anticipation of future investments as outlined in the governor's May revise, including universal pre-K, expanded learning, mental health, teacher and school residencies, and much needed increases to school facilities funding. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, State Board of Education members. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA would like to recommend that the next round of planning grants have a due date of early October 2022. This will allow for authentic engagement and shared decision-making with students, families, educators, and communities, also allowing the creation of a steering committee. CTA also would like to recommend that round 2 of implementation grants should be due in February 2023, allowing for current planning grantees to authentically implement the structures of shared decision-making and for the CDE to determine if the grantees are meeting their commitments. Lastly, CTA recommends that the Superintendent Statewide Advisory Council be formed to play a role in guiding the CDE through this process and help to ensure that the commitments made by the grantees are happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Gustavo Lopez with the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. Throughout the fall, more than 600 students, families, and educators came together through CDE-hosted forums to learn more about the Community Schools program. Community members call for racially just, relationship-centered schools where power and decision-making is shared with students, families, educators, and community, which is the foundation of a transformational education system built by and for all of us. Thank you for partnering and listening to the community and hosting these forums, and thank you for centering the recommendations and visions of students, families, and educators. Organizations from across the state came together to develop 6 core demands for community schools. And now it is essential that at this point, LEAs and districts are accountable to these commitments, especially the commitment to police-free schools that promote restorative schools and cultures. It is essential that we move away from criminalizations and to connections. We're encouraged by the May revise, which prohibits funds for the community schools program for punitive policies, and we encourage the state board to ensure LEAs and local districts adhere to this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Julie Bush, Superintendent of Maple School District. I would like you to please consider rural school districts' unique realities for community school grants. Maple School District is a small 287-student single school district between the 2 farming communities of Shafter and Wasco. While millions of dollars were just awarded for community schools, Maple was eliminated for the funding list. Why? Because with 55% unduplicated pupil count, Maple does not meet the eligibility requirement, even though it has priority as a school in a rural community and applied in a consortium with other districts that do meet eligibility requirements. For the last 5 years, Maple has been an anchor in the 5-district community school consortium, recipient of the highly competitive federal community school grant. Together, the districts have pooled resources to address shared priorities each district that individually would not be able to do by themselves. Efforts include hiring shared parent liaison community school coordinators, creating preschool programs, establishing expanded learning programs, hiring a shared math coach, creating a collaborative attendance campaign to target chronic absenteeism, and providing school social workers. Without Maple's funded participation in the consortium, the entire consortium efforts will be impacted. This funding criteria needs to be changed. All students deserve the whole child approach in education. All students deserve mental health services.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, you're live. You may start your comments now.
Good morning, board members. Janice Cannell, Children's Defense Fund, California. Thank you for the new steps for community schools. In collaborating around what became the community schools policy with United Ways of California in budget language last year, Children's Defense Fund, California emphasized ensuring safe school climates, eliminating racial inequity, and improving access to trauma-responsive mental health services. We are investing in ensuring coordination with community-based organizations and encourage grantees to co-lead efforts with local experts, and ask for CDE and the board to emphasize these co-led approaches and models. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Dr. Kendra Fair with California Community Schools Learning Exchange. On behalf of the Learning Exchange, we celebrate the LEAs that have been awarded community schools and implementation grants. We urge the school board to remember, for this historic investment to have lasting impact, we must actively support community schools as part of a system change strategy. Grant recipients must be supported not only in the development of powerful individual community schools, but of community school districts, systems. This moment rests on the expertise of decades of local implementation experience in California, including Oakland's Community School District System, the West Kern County Consortium's innovative partnership across small rural LEAs, charter and alternative schools serving students furthest from opportunity, and county-led work in MTSS, PBIS, inclusion, and integrated systems of care. Ongoing support for community school grantees must reflect the plurality of experiences and expertise in community school implementation across the state. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lucero Soto. I am a community organizer with Sacramento ACT and a member of the California Partnership. I am excited about this historic opportunity because this creates a space for students and families and school communities to build together a better future. It takes all of us to create a racially just, relationship-centered community schools. I hope this brings the people closest to the pain into decision-making. School site and district multi-stakeholder community school teams must have decision-making power and include directly impacted students and families that reflect the diversity of their school community needs. Community schools must be developed with the students and families who share power and decision-making with educators and community-based organizations to create schools that meet the needs of their unique community. I am excited to continue the great work and see it blossom in our local district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
Shift to our discussion. I want to be sure, is there anybody else in the in-person queue who's added themselves to the list? All right, we are good to go. So we're now open for discussion. Nice to hear all of the enthusiasm. Yes, Member Patillo-Brownson.
Start us off. I also just wanted to reflect. I was trying to remember if we had the prior innovation of allowing folks to call in for public comment, and it's just actually a lovely groundswell of bringing people in from around the state who can't necessarily travel up to Sacramento, and also just want to reflect appreciation for all the people who joined us on the phone. So I'll start by saying I am very excited about this motion, and I think the amount of work that has been done in such a for the time scale of a state of 40 million for all of these gears. I guess it's the ocean liner analogy that's probably more appropriate of turning such a large ship to actually live into the community schools vision is incredibly exciting. And I'm just so acutely aware that our colleagues in other states are watching what we're doing here. Also so appreciative of Steve lifting up that we are taking many of the best elements in terms of sort of the four principles framework from our national colleagues, and also uniquely lifting up what is most resonant and innovative and true to California, which is a very justice and equity-based approach. I think every year I always sort of dwell on this date yesterday, which was the anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Ed, which is obviously a seminal sort of date in school histories. But it's also, I think, really important to think about that it was a court decision about racial desegregation, but it was also one very much about resource equity and fairness, and what attendance services and opportunities kids have based on where they come from, what their race is, and what their ethnic background might be. Really, this approach of bringing a whole child, whole student sort of set of services and really acknowledgments of who children are when they come into schools, I think is just incredibly exciting, important, and so proud of that California is leaning into this. I have a couple of questions, and so I'll maybe ask Steve to rejoin us for conversation. And having known who you were beforehand, there's nothing disappointing for expectation management. So the first question, I guess, is around early childhood engagement, which was raised on the slide. If you can give us a preview of next steps and what the opportunities for round 2 might look like. Shall I do all the questions, or do you want them one by one? I have 3 questions.
I can start with early childhood because I think it's really important for us to elevate this. And I appreciate, thank you. I appreciate your recognition of steering and turning the ship and what that's taken over the past 6 months. And as I said in my comments, it really is this team.
This line is now on hold.
I have tried for years to have that musical accompaniment to my answers. And now I know I had to come to Sacramento to find it. And it really is a testimony to the folks who are here with me today, and some of whom are not. But there were gaps, and the timeline did not allow for us to engage the early ed community the way I think we would have liked to, beyond LEA affiliated early ed programs. I would be less than honest if I would say that there's a fully established plan of how to do this, but certainly the intention to reach out to our partners immediately, upon us moving forward after today's vote, to really determine in the mixed delivery system that you and I are so familiar with, how do we make sure that our earliest learners are going to be the beneficiaries of this approach, certainly as they enter transitional kindergarten, but no matter where they are in that mixed delivery system. And so that's a complex question, but it's top of mind. And we know, and I'm grateful for the partnership of First Five California, and a number of our other advocacy or organizations and consortiums across the state who've kind of been, I just want to say, understanding of the timeline that we were on, but definitely ready and anxious to engage us on how we do this. So what I can say is it is a priority, and we are listening for the ways to best engage.
One very quick piece. I just when I was looking through the documents, even from our January board item to now, there was language that actually described early learning as part of either supplemental learning time, sort of in line with either summer school or after school, as well as whole child supports, and it was previously there, and it has fallen off the page. So one part of it, I think, is just also what gets named gets remembered and addressed. So as we think about round two, I think making sure that the words sort of reappear on the page, I think will be sort of at least a starting point, and then I'll look forward to hearing more about sort of what the outreach plan looks like.
Thank you.
I think the second question that is related is around data transparency, and I think a number of the folks on the call raised this up about whether any analytics would be available in the future about both the applicant pool as well as those who were awarded, not just in terms of early ed as a one part of that, but also in terms of, I think, school type, grade span, unduplicated percentages, and race and ethnicity. I think that last one obviously just matters a ton, given that we are lifting up the importance of the racial equity part of that. And I don't know if that's forthcoming or if that's already been collected.
I'll use the term in process. Certainly, we are we're proud to be bringing a recommendation to you today that that has prioritized our schools with 80% or higher unduplicated counts of students. we have begun to, as I outlined in the presentation, we have begun the process of reflecting and diving deep into the data of who applied, who didn't apply, who was awarded, who was not awarded, beyond just the unduplicated count. When I spoke of identifying community school deserts, it's not just figuring out where they are geographically. It's figuring out, it's looking at them in their totality and understanding where those gaps are. We've begun to see some trends, but I want to be cautious on reporting out on them before we're able to look at the whole picture. In terms of transparency around that, I think that we've created or we've set some good precedent to date in terms of our open communication and our transparency with the partners that we've learned from. What you see today in this RFA process, and very specifically what you see, what you saw and continue to see in this framework, was informed by the voices that we heard. Certainly, some of us had a long time experience in some of the elements of community schools and certainly integrated service delivery. But this document and the RFA approvals that you have today go way beyond that. And a lot of that is because of the open dialogue and communication that we had both with the field and with community and advocacy organizations. And we intend to keep that moving forward. I'll take your question a step further and say that we also hope that data transparency of the awardees is going to be part and parcel of what community school transformation means. Because if we are to truly share in decision-making, we have to have equitable access to the information and the data that guides our decisions. And so, in short, the answer is we intend to have that transparency. And we think that if we are to implement in accordance with kind of the heart and soul of this movement, that's like a threshold requirement.
And I'm sure many folks will follow up to find out exactly when, and that will be.
Member Pacheco Brownson, can you lean into your mic and make sure it's on? They're not picking you up on the live.
Oh, sorry. Just thanking Steve for the comments, and also expecting a timeline will become more apparent, and the request that you share it with us as that becomes apparent. The last question, I think, and I should have prefaced this to say these are all friendly questions. I am totally in favor of this package. On this issue of what does it mean to lean into the last pillar around shared decision-making, shared power with community-based organizations. In some ways, I feel like the community schools effort leans so much into the same lane as LCFF around being one of the largest democratic experiments, really, of bringing local community voice into decision-making. And also hearing from a large number of our community partners and folks from the California Partnership in particular, asking for more clarity about what sort of assurances and structures will be built in to ensure collaboration with the local, regional, the centralized TA as well as the regional leads.
So I think that it has to be. I mean, let me say we're here. We're here with a request. We're here with a recommendation that we're very proud of. But this is going to be really hard work, and some of the hardest work is around authentic sharing of power, and our RFA on the lead technical assistance center leaned into the framework in ways that I think made all applicants aware that as important as the four pillars that lead the national movement are, as important, particularly in this moment, as integrated service delivery and better service delivery and better access to services are, that is not the totality of what defines the community schools movement in California and how we've codified that in this framework. And so we absolutely need to have those accountability mechanisms built into every stage of our process, if you will. I would be getting ahead of the lead technical assistance content to propose exactly what I believe those should be at this moment, but I believe they should be central to what we continue to report back to this board. But I think even more importantly, what happens on the ground in our schools. And I guess I'd wrap by saying that this was central to our thought process and our execution process in the tool that we had available to us so far, which was this RFA. And what we can commit from our team is that this will continue to be central to us in every tool that we have at our disposal. So thank you for the question.
You got all of that? Okay, so I just want to see, are there any, I just want to be sure we were done with that set of questions. Great answers. Yes, Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Well, as I expressed earlier, this is a great beginning to activate engagement and to reach students of diverse backgrounds. This is a great opportunity for our state and our students. As we know, transformation truly does happen when we build bridges between families, students, and communities. And I heard that quite a bit in our comments. By straightening these partnerships, we truly begin to build a foundation for a community of learners in our diverse environment that deeply supports our students with contrasting backgrounds. I was really motivated by what some of the public hearing comments were, where they expressed in Spanish that they want to be socios auténticos, which is just really authentic partnerships between our communities and our schools. So my question is, what is the CDE's plan to ensure that the planning grant recipients deliver on their commitments prior to applying or receiving implementation grant funds for round 2?
It's a great question, an important question. We let me say that we heard those comments today, but also throughout this process, this desire to really be true and authentic partners. Partners, not just participants, right? And so, we are in the process of developing how we will change the second round implementation grant RFA from the first round. We expect that the commitments that were in this planning grant RFA were not just checking the boxes. The question was asked before the comments, how are we going to determine why different LEAs may not have applied for the planning grants? We haven't heard yet that folks didn't want to make those commitments that were in that were in the RFA. But those commitments that we put in the RFA were intentional. And so as we look at not just implementation grants for folks who had and have been participating in existing community schools, but folks who are very intentionally going from planning grant to implementation grant, that will be part of the threshold. I don't know yet how we will measure that. That is going to be a deep engagement with our lead Technical Assistance Center and our regional technical assistance centers as we begin to develop the RFA for planning grant recipients who are then going to move into the implementation phase. But it is going to be a threshold issue to make sure that the commitments that they've made around every piece of the community school process is set up for success in the implementation stage.
Yeah.
Deputy Superintendent.
Hey, did you want to?
Yeah, and if I could just say, the governor's budget includes some capacity for CDE. I think it's 3 additional positions. And so I think, those are all the plans that need to be put in place, that we would have some capacity to actually do the follow through and develop those measures and look at the analytics. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that we are working on some capacity to be able to actually make sure that these massive investments are well used and that we can follow through and actually measure the outcomes to be able to move forward. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood, that there is some funding to build CDE's capacity around community schools.
Member Glover Woods and then Member Escobedo.
Thank you. And first, let me say just much appreciation for just the large effort and work that has gone into the development and the initial launch of this very important program. I know you have worked tirelessly, as has CD and SB staff and others and our education partners, to, as has been said a little earlier, get something moving that is very, very large in a very expeditious way. So thank you so much for that. And as you mentioned a little earlier, there's so much more work to be done. I think I will echo the chorus that I've heard from my fellow board members, which is implementation is key. We have had a significant investment of fiscal resources and otherwise to have a program in place to really serve our students and families and communities that have been historically underserved. And California, I'm sure, is under the microscope to see what we will do with that and how it will impact students. So again, implementation is key. So as we move forward with our processes, I don't know that I necessarily have a question. I think I have more of a comment on how essential the collaboration will be. Collaboration between our lead technical assistance centers, those regional TACs, when they are identified, as well as the county offices that are supporting the LEAs and the LEAs themselves. Even more essential is what we heard echoed many times in the comments, in the public comments, which is that authentic collaboration with parents and families and students and communities. So I look forward to ongoing updates that are brought to the board, letting us know not only the process aspects of what happens beyond the planning and the issuing of the implementation grants, but most importantly, the impact it has on students, both their academic performance as well as their social emotional well-being. This again is a wonderful opportunity to really change the tide in education in California for so many of our students and families, and just looking forward to hearing more and the inclusion of early childhood and other areas as we move forward.
I actually want to emphasize what Dr. Wood said, and also my colleagues. We have planning grant, only $39 million. There's $260 million out there. So whatever we all can do to heighten the messaging on this amazing opportunity will be welcome, because definitely round 2 will be coming up soon, and we definitely want more entities to be applying that. And I heard implementation being critical. Those 5 regional centers, getting them online, and hopefully the other 3 who didn't make the main person, they would get to understand where they are in the process, and that getting those 5 regional centers is going to be very critical for implementation purposes.
Member Olkin, and then maybe we can move towards a motion.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank you for the presentation and also thank those who gave public comment. As somebody new to the board, it's really great to hear both the professional work that's being done and the really good thinking across the state from those who are on the ground in our schools and working with our schools. And, you know, I feel like this this movement and this investment is such an incredible opportunity for us to rethink what the role of school is and who the owners of schools are, and help sort of build into the fabric of public education the idea that first we center equity and that it takes everyone in a school community to figure out how to do that well. And so I just really appreciate the way that this is working to move that forward. And my question, it's sort of along the lines of how do we move the ocean liner? And I think this probably the answer is you'll let us know. But I was looking at the timeline that was in the packet, and it's sort of year by year. But what I saw in the presentation was that between when the request went out and when awards were made was actually very fast. And so I'm sort of puzzling the urgency, you know, and the fact that moving something big takes time. So I'm wondering about the timeline for round 2, specifically time between when the announcement is made of the potential grant and when LEAs would be responding, because this is so important and we want those who are not in the know currently to be amongst those who participate, but we miss things. I can just speak as a school leader. We miss things because we're busy and we're trying to keep our own ships running. So I'm just wondering about the timeline and how we balance urgency and inclusivity.
Well, thank you for elevating that. And that is the balance that in this next round we seek to achieve. I want to be very honest and transparent. Urgency and a compressed timeline were our reality for this first round. And there were some deficits to that reality. We do believe that we didn't reach everyone, and we're not okay with that. We know that we know why the urgency was there and why the timeline was compressed. Given the opportunity to not work under such a compressed timeline, it's our responsibility to find that balance, and to find the right ways to get the message to where it is not being heard or received. We are listening to what the best ways to do that will be. Many of the partners who we heard from in public comment were in active engagement with, as well as partners that did not call in today. And you're correct. I don't have a full answer yet. But I also want to say that I also believe very strongly in the first part of your comments, which are, you know, we are really trying to change what school means and how education is experienced. And if that is to be true, no one in this state can be outside of this process. And absolutely, as you've heard time and time again, this is an equity and justice-driven process. We are absolutely intentional in the vote that we ask you to take today in funding literally only the schools that are 80% or higher unduplicated is not accidental. It's purposeful. It is designed to alter not only the direction of the ship, but to where people look. And so the first part makes the second part all the more important. And we are listening and not, what I can assure you is that we are not, sitting in an office or in a remote setting, as the case may be, just kind of figuring this out and saying, well, this will be best for the field. We are listening actively to determine what that balance should be. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Like to make a motion. Member Escobedo.
I would like to motion on the three recommendations for approval. The first one is to recommend that we approve the Round 1 Planning Grant Award. The second is to confirm the Round 1 Implementation Grant Award. And third, to pass the CDE's Lead Technical Assistance Center Contract Award.
Seconded. Right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. We just want to be sure we're doubly certain. And then, are there any nays? Any abstentions? Nice to see you back, Rana. And we hope your international baccalaureate test went well. The motion passes, and you have earned a break. So we'll see you in about 11 minutes. It's 11:24. We'll see you at 11:35. Where's my gavel? This is the most fun.
Good part being back in person. Get the silver game.
Don't get to do that on the Zoom.
We'll give us the countdown.
Okay. I'm not seeing it yet. Now that I've got your attention, we're waiting for the countdown. And I'll just, all right. All right. Welcome back. Our next item is the what we call the mega assessment item. We call it that for a reason because it usually has multiple parts. So we may, after the presentation, depending on how we're doing time-wise at that point, we may break for lunch in mid-item and then return. And I will keep you posted. It's likely that we would, in that case, have the public comment after lunch. But we'll sort of see where we are time-wise. I don't want any decisions made when the board members are hangry. So we will monitor this carefully. So we're about to look at item 3, which involves the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress System and English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. The CDE is recommending that we approve the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2021-22 school year for the CASP tests as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2, and the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2021-22 school year for the LPAC tests as well. In addition, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction proposed initial and summative alternate LPAC threshold scores are proposed and for approval to be effective beginning in the 2021-22 administration. And this item will be presented by Tracy Albee and Julie Williams of the CDE with an introduction by our Assessment Director, Mao Vang. Mao, nice to see you. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Board President Darlene Hammond, our our esteemed board members, and as well as our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Mary Nicely. Thank you. As mentioned, I'm Mao Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division of the California Department of Education. The item before you today is both an action and an information item. Later in my presentation, I will be joined by multiple staff. However, initially we will have Tracy Albee, our administrator, join us, and then Julie Williams will join. She's a consultant going over our national and international assessments. Also present, and to assist with questions today, we have Marianne Arcella. She's the Executive Director for ETS, our assessment contractor here. We also have Tony Alper, Executive Director of the Smarter Balance Consortium, and Linda Hooper, the Associate Director for our Assessment Development Administration Division, to help us with any potential questions. And then I'm going to go ahead and proceed. As mentioned, our presentation today will cover an overview of the California Department of Education's, or CDE's, recommendations as for approval of the apportionment rates and the alternate English language proficiency assessments for California, or LPAC, threshold scores. Then we will go over some California assessment of student performance or progress, or CASP and LPAC updates. During this update, we will be joined by Cheryl Cotton, our Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Division, as well as our Chief Deputy Superintendent, Mary Nicely, will join us to give a status of the test administration currently, as well as the CalPADS upgrades and impact to statewide testing. So we'll get a few of us joining on this mega item. And then furthermore, we will cover the national and international assessments update for you, and then circle back finally to our CDE's recommendations for your approval and action. Okay. With that, again, as stated, the recommendations here, the CDE, or the California Department of Education, recommends that the State Board of Education approve the 2021-22 per pupil apportionment rates for the CASP test as administered as part of the CASP system, as provided in the Table 1 of Attachment 2 of the item. And then the 2021-22 per pupil apportionment rates for the LPAC tests that are administered as provided in Table 2 of Attachment 2 of the item. And then the proposed State Superintendent of Public Instruction, or SSPI's, initial and summative alternate LPAC threshold scores, beginning with the 2021-22 administration as shown in Attachment 4 of this item. And then now let's move to our first recommendation, which will be presented by Tracy Albee, and she is the administrator of our English Language Proficiency and Spanish Assessments Office within our Assessment Development and Administration Division. Here you go, Tracy.
Thank you, Dr. Vang. Thank you, President Darling Hammond and board members. Again, I'm Tracy Albee, and in this section, I will go over the 2021-22 proposed apportionment rates for the CASP and the LPAC. So, the CDE recommends that the State Board approve the following proposed per pupil rates for the tests administered as part of the CASP system during the 2021-22 school year. We start off with our Smarter Balance summative assessments for English Language Arts or Literacy, ELA, and or Mathematics at a per pupil rate of $4. California Science Test, $2. California Spanish Assessment, $5. California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs, for ELA and or Math, $5. And the CAA for Science, $5. And Grade 2 Diagnostic Assessments for ELA or Mathematics, which are optional, at $2.52. And finally, students that have not been tested due to medical emergency and parent and guardian exemptions. These are the same rates that were approved by the State Board of Education in May of 2021 for the previous administration year. Next, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the following rates for tests administered as part of the LPAC during the 2021-22 school year. Starting with the initial LPAC, kindergarten through grade 2, $5.50. Initial LPAC, grades 3 through 12, $5. Initial LPAC, rotating score validation process identified students in kindergarten through grade 12, an additional 50 cents per student. The summative LPAC, kindergarten through grade 2, $5.50. And the summative LPAC, grades 3 through 12, $5. This year, recommended apportionment rates for the LPAC are the same as the previous year with one exception. The new assessment, the alternate LPAC operational field test, has been added to the apportionment rates and is seen in that final row. With the addition of the alternate LPAC operational field test, which is a one-on-one administration, the CDE recommends an apportionment rate of $5.50 per pupil for kindergarten through grade 12. This is similar to the initial and summative K2 LPAC administrations, which are also one-on-one. I will circle back to the CDE's recommendations toward the end of the presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions, clarifying questions you may have now. Okay. I will move on. Now, let's move on to the next recommendation for the alternate LPAC proposed threshold scores. Also present to assist me with questions are the following colleagues from Educational Testing Services, or ETS, Kelly Bolton, who is the Interim Director for Assessment Development, and Patty Barron, Strategic Advisor for Standard Setting. So, the background for the alternate LPAC. The test was developed to comply with the following requirements. It is administered pursuant to the California Education Code sections 313 and 60810. It is aligned to the 2012 California English Language Development, or ELD, standards via the ELD connectors, which are reduced in depth, breadth, and complexity for this specific population. In 2019, the State Board of Education approved the alternate LPAC General Performance Level Descriptors, or PLDs, and the score reporting structure. It is important to note that the work accomplished during the alternate LPAC standard setting process was guided by these board-approved PLDs and will be provided to the U.S. Department of Education as part of the federal peer review of this new assessment. The alternate LPAC measures the English language proficiency of students with the most significant cognitive disabilities as determined by their individualized education team, and whose primary language is a language other than English. It is administered to students in kindergarten through grade 12, either upon first enrolling in a California public school or annually for those students identified as English learners each spring. It assesses the receptive, listening and reading domains and the expressive, speaking and writing domains through items that are given to or that using a student's preferred communication mode. For example, a student may point to, gesture, or use an augmentative and alternative communication device, or AAC device, to respond to the items. This slide outlines the work leading up to this request for approval of the alternate LPAC proposed threshold scores. The development of the alternate LPAC began with the State Board approval of the high-level test design, performance level descriptors, and the reporting structure in 2019. The State Board of Education then approved the alternate LPAC test blueprints in May 2020, which were the same for both the initial and the summative alternate LPAC. In 2021, a field test began in November and will come to the close at the end of this month. During the field test window, the standard setting workshop was conducted at the end of February, beginning of March of this year. All that work brings us to today's request for approval of the alternate LPAC threshold scores. Once approval is received, the initial alternate LPAC will be administered for the first time beginning this July, and the summative alternate LPAC will be administered starting on February 1st, 2023. A detailed standard setting plan was approved by the CDE and submitted to the State Board of Education as an informational memorandum last month. The standard setting approach utilized a modified and extended Angoff methods. The modified Angoff method is used for 1-point responses, and the extended Angoff method is used for 2-point responses. With both methods, panelists had to consider the knowledge and skills that the threshold student has and the knowledge and skills needed to earn 1 point and 2 points. Both of these methods are widely accepted and adhere to the guidelines and best practices recommended in the standard setting literature. Later this fall, a standard setting technical report will be posted, which describes this process in detail. The next few slides provide an overview of the standard setting process that was used. As described in attachment 6 of this item, the panelists were comprised of 44 diverse California educators who represented the 3 main regions of California: Central, Northern, and Southern. They had varied ethnicities and included perspectives of classroom teachers and local educational agency, or LEA, or county employees. They had experience in teaching students learning the skills assessed with the alternate LPAC. Lastly, 9 of the 44 educators participated on more than one panel, as this standard setting workshop occurred over 2 weeks. The first step in the standard setting process was to review the alternate LPAC items. The panelists then reviewed the performance level descriptors to define the knowledge and skills of each threshold student. Using these definitions, the panelists made 2 rounds of judgments on the likelihood that students at the threshold would answer each item correctly, with discussions between each round. Here is a little graphic we love to share. So, the alternate LPAC, there are 3 performance levels. Level 1 is novice English learner. Level 2 is intermediate English learner. And level 3 is fluent English proficient. Therefore, 2 threshold scores are needed for each grade level or grade span. The panelists were tasked with reviewing the performance level descriptors, or PLDs, and defined the knowledge and skills of that threshold student for levels 2 and levels 3. In other words, what does performance look like for that student who is just into level 2 and just into level 3? That is the solid pink character for level 2 and the solid blue character for level 3 that are indicated on this slide. These threshold student definitions are also referred to as the threshold PLDs. These descriptions are an important tool that the educator panelists used to make their recommended threshold score judgments. Okay, so the modified and extended Angoff methods were implemented for 1-point and 2-point items. The panelists made judgments on the likelihood that each of the 2 threshold students, level 2 and level 3, would answer each 1-point item correctly, and what score the threshold student would achieve on the 2-point items. Panelists made 2 rounds of judgments, with discussion between round 1 and round 2. At the end of round 2, each select panelists from all 6 grade level groups also participated in a vertical articulation meeting, which allowed the panelists across the grade levels and grade spans to confirm the alignment of these threshold definitions. That was a simplified overview of the approach and does not fully convey the depth of the content and conversations that occurred at that meeting. The panel judgments are presented in tables 1 and 2 of attachment 5 of this item. After the CDE's review of the panelist judgments, the CDE consulted with members of our LPAC Technical Advisory Group, our Assessment Interest Holder Group, and the state and federal program directors. These reviews resulted in minor adjustments to the panelist judgments and yielded the proposed State Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommendations provided in Attachment 4, Table 1, and Table 2. The data for this slide and the next includes all students who were administered the alternate LPAC operational field test. The slide includes the proposed threshold scores and impact data for the initial alternate LPAC. During the process of establishing threshold scores, we use a temporary standard setting scale shown here in the far 2 right-hand columns. For following the State Board of Education approval, these thresholds will be applied to the reporting scales, which are the values that will be presented on our student score reports. The threshold scores were applied to all items in the field test item pool for both the initial alternate LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC test forms. To maintain the fidelity with the work of the standard setting panel, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommended thresholds are within 2 conditional standard errors of measurement of the panel's recommendations. That is, all adjustments are within the natural error variance around the panel's recommended thresholds and therefore reflect only slight modifications of their judgments. The initial alternate LPAC will be administered to eligible students for the first time beginning July of 2022. As a reminder, this is a snapshot using student performance on this year's operational field test. the student performance when the initial alternate LPAC is administered may differ from these percentages on the slide and may change over time given that the eligible initial students are a much smaller subset of the group that was administered the operational field test. Okay. Next are the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommended thresholds for the summative alternate LPAC, which are the same as those for the initial, except that the grade 9 through 12 threshold for the initial alternate LPAC were split into 2 grade spans, 9 and 10 and 11 and 12. The thresholds were then applied to the students within those grades who took the alternate LPAC field test and resulted in the values in the last 2 rows of this table on the slide. Okay. Upon the State Board of Education's approval of the alternate LPAC threshold scores, the CDE will notify the superintendents and charter school administrators of the approved thresholds and student score reports. The CDE will then conduct a quality control process to evaluate the data and ensure that the information on the summative alternate LPAC student score reports, or SSRs, is being reported accurately. If all goes well, the SSRs will be delivered to LEAs to share with parents and guardians at the end of July this year. Lastly, as was done for the general LPAC, 2 separate threshold validation studies will be conducted in the 2020-22-23 academic year for the initial and summative alternate LPAC. More information on these studies will be provided to the State Board of Education when they become available. And I am happy to answer any clarifying questions you may now have.
Great. Are there any clarifying questions? Yes, Member Olkin.
These may be questions that you don't know the answer to, but thank you for this, by the way. This is amazing work that's being done. I'm curious, once this is implemented, do we have a sense of how many students will be participating? Do we know that? And then my second question is, what were those students doing before?
Well, first of all, how many students do we have? Currently, we have that are taking the actual operational field test. We have just over 20,000 students that were registered to take. And then for those that, since we did not have an alternate English language proficiency assessment in place, they would take a locally determined alternate assessment. And they would use that information to determine services. Okay. Excellent. I will turn it over to Ms.
Thank you, Tracy. So as I mentioned earlier, we will be, in this section, we will cover the CASP and LPAC updates, and I have Cheryl here, our Chief Deputy Superintendent. Well, you have your own. Thank you. You want to click or do you need?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:02. My name is Cheryl Cotton. I am Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Branch for CDE, and I will begin with CASP and LPAC updates. CASP consists of Smarter Balance for English Language Arts and Mathematics tests, the California Science Test, or CAST, the California Alternate Assessment, or CAA, for ELA Math and Science, and the California Spanish Assessment. And the LPAC consists of the initial LPAC, summative LPAC, and alternate LPAC operational field tests. we just talked about. Next slide. Thank you. We'd like to update you on the current status of testing administration and upcoming plans for state assessments. The state assessment testing window runs from mid-January through mid-July. LEAs select their testing window within the state window for their LEA and their schools. The selected testing window must end at the LEA's last instructional day or by July 15th, whichever comes first. The Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, requires all states to test at least 95% of all students in student groups in English Language Arts and Literacy, or ELA, in math and science. It also requires states to factor the participation rate into their accountability systems, which, for California, is the academic indicator. As of Monday, May 16th, the estimated statewide percentage of students who have completed CASP testing are as follows. Smarter Balanced ELA, 81%, and Math, 77%, and 66% for CAST, or our California Science Assessment. For the California Alternate Assessment, for ELA, 61%, for Math, 58%, and for Science, 47%. And for CSA, which is an optional test, it's at 61% of those registered. Over 50,800 students are registered to take that test. We're really excited about these numbers. This shows a positive trend toward reaching the federal requirement of at least 95% of students tested across the state. So it's looking really good. Next slide, please. The LPAC summative testing window ends on May 31st, and as a reminder, the initial LPAC remains open until June 30th, 2022. 100% of all eligible English learners must be administered either the summative LPAC or the alternate LPAC operational field test. As of Monday, May 16th, the estimated statewide percentage of students who have completed LPAC testing are as follows. Initial LPAC, 98%. Summative LPAC, 75%. And alternate LPAC operational field test, 77%. Again, more good news. Now I'll hand it over to Chief Deputy Mary Nicely to provide an update on CalPADS upgrades and statewide testing and highlight key issues and some of our solutions. Thank you.
Oops, which one am I talking into? This one? Good afternoon. Right now, I don't speak to you as Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. I speak to you as the branch deputy of the Information Technology Branch. So you may be wondering, why am I doing this? Because I have responsibility for all of our Technical Services Division, our CalPADS Division under EDMD, and our Accountability and Measurement Branch, which are all responsible, along with Mal, in ensuring that we have accurate data reporting on our dashboards and can report back to you the assessments and keep the lights on. And so some of you may have heard about an upgrade to the CalPADS system, which is over a decade old and had been managing literally hundreds of millions of records. Our LEAs have been clamoring for an upgrade for many, many years because some of these upgrades could take more than 48 hours. We are really proud to be able to say that we have sped that up by 20 times. And so we are able to process, instead of in 48 hours, 14 minutes, the types of records, and we have gone over 1 million records a day being processed now. So we're really excited to be able to do that. Of course, there's always hiccups. As a programmer myself, there's always hiccups when you're rolling out a new system. And some of those hiccups, unfortunately, took place during testing. But we're really glad to be working very closely with ETS, our contractor, to ensure that those problems are met. We have put together a cross-departmental team that is working endlessly overnight to ensure that we are addressing all of the technical issues and bug fixes, which could have taken up to 3 weeks previously, and we are knocking out about 38 issues on a biweekly basis to get those things out. And we're working really closely with our education partners, with Access, Assessa, CSBA, and our small school districts association so that they can see the progress that we're making. And whether they want them or not, they're getting our bug fix lists every night so that they can address the needs and the questions that their superintendents are facing. So some of the things that we continue to have taking place manually is the processing manually of the ETS data twice a week into the system. And we've had some issues over a couple of days, which I think are being remedied now with just a capacity issue. Prior to COVID, schools would have to schedule in a lab to have kids come in and take a test. Now, the silver lining of COVID was one-to-one computing devices. The downside of that is that now everyone can flip open their laptop and their Chromebook and start taking a test, which I think hit some capacity issues with our contractor. They have reached, I think, the maximum was about close to 500,000 on May 3rd. And so they've been doing some load balancing and capacity for that and can now take up to 2 million users concurrently. So we continue to work with ETS and communicate regularly with test coordinators and IT departments to let them know where we are. We've got alerts going out. They've got web pages that are up with statuses. So I just wanted to let you know at this point, we're working. This is a top priority of the department to ensure the smooth running of testing. And as Cheryl said, we're excited to see that our numbers are actually higher than pre-COVID for some of our testing and assessments at this point, and that we're keeping a close eye on any of those LEAs that are having any kind of difficulty getting in and being able to reach those 95% thresholds. Right now we are looking at, last week we already had our first wildfire in Orange County, so we're looking at that. We are dealing with some issues with some cybersecurity on some of our other LEAs, and so we're working very closely to manage those and keep an eye on those situations with our data. So that is an update. And if you want, we'll put you on that mailing list so you could get those technical updates from us as well. So thank you. And okay.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Cheryl, for providing that update. That's very helpful. I know that we're in the thick of testing, and it's always good to know that we're all coordinating and making sure that the local educational agency staff have what they need to continue with testing. So we're going to provide another update with you in another little area. In continuing with the updates, we have an update on the Smarter Balanced demonstration of concept study. So during the last 2 board meetings or so, our division has been providing an overview and an update on the demonstration of concept study. And it is being conducted by Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium in partnership with the New Teacher Center, NTC. And this is the first year that we're doing this one. It's an initial look at how performance tasks can be effectively incorporated into classroom instruction. And it begins to build a knowledge base about the possible use of embedded performance tasks as part of a large-scale assessment, a summative assessment. So specifically, this study aims to answer basic questions like, can the performance task, PT stands for performance task, be administered flexibly during the school year aligned with local context? And can a support activity better prepare students for the cognitive demands of the performance task? And what support and development do teachers need to gather and analyze critical information to inform, improve, and accelerate student learning? So these are the basis for this study, and these are some of the questions we're trying to ask and find out. The performance task used for this year's study came from our English language arts and mathematics Smarter Balance interim assessments. And we do have two I mentioned before, but I will say them again because they are wonderful local educational agencies that is participating, and that is Upper Lake Unified and Valverde Unified. So, on behalf, if they're listening or watching, on behalf of the CDE, we really like to extend our gratitude to these two local educational agencies for their participation and commitment to this study because they will help us learn. And there was a total of 63 teachers from these two local educational agencies that participated. They represented grades 4, 5, 6, and high school. And since March, teachers have attended the professional sessions, learning sessions that were brought to them, and then they also implemented a performance task support activity. And they also administered and scored interim assessment performance tasks and planned instruction based on data that they gather from the student performance. And during the professional learning sessions, the participants did share information, including their students' responses from the classroom activities, and feedback from teachers were also about regarding student progress as a part of the analysis for the study. So the administrators from each of the local educational agencies also participated in these professional learning sessions. So it wasn't just teachers. There was support from the top as well. And a preliminary report, including the benefits and challenges of embedding performance tasks into classroom instruction, will be available in June 2022, so next month, in a few weeks. The preliminary report will reflect initial findings and recommendations for future research into implementing a through-year approach. And then a final report, which will include the additional analyses, is expected in late summer. So, continuing on, the preliminary evaluation of feedback and work from the participating teachers suggests that, in part, the support activity that preceded the performance task did help teachers find strategies that they can use to support their students toward greater success on performance on the performance task. However, more guidance for teachers is needed on how to support students as they transition from the collaborative nature or structure of the support activity to the independent work of the actual performance task. So the integration of the formative assessment process was seen throughout this study and used by teachers, and they indicated that it was useful to inform instruction. So again, further details about the findings and recommendations from the preliminary report will be presented. We believe we could bring this to the state board at its July meeting to give you a further update in more detail. Right? So we're flying. I know, I'm right between lunch, so I'm gonna zip through some of this. Okay, so another little update for you, because we do many exciting things in assessment. It's not just testing. We provide just an update about the 2022-23 California Educator Reporting System trainings. So we have this California Educator Reporting System, and we're going to provide these trainings throughout the year. They're really 2 to 3 hours trainings because soon we're going to roll out the scores of all the students testing this spring into this educator reporting system, so they'll be able to have it readily available to them. So these separate sessions are designed for 2 audiences. We'll have one for our assessment coordinators and administrators, and then one for teachers and others who have similar staff roles so that they could best utilize the system. And then we will record them. We will make them available for them to go back and utilize or view them. And then registration is open now, just a little plug in there. The interim assessment, formative assessment trainings, the series is also happening. These are really 3-hour online assessment training sessions for teachers. And this summer, we're inviting local educational agency staff to come to this. I'm sorry, it's also in the fall as well. And there's 3 modules, Module 1, Module 2, and Module 3. Module 1 engages or uses the formative assessment process and the Tools for Teachers website to support or boost instruction. And then Module 2 gauges student progress with the Smarter Balance interim assessments and all the other various online systems that support the interim assessments. Then Module 3 uses hand scoring to analyze written responses using understanding expectations and determining instructional next steps for that module. And then, again, they're going to be recorded and made available, and we have that registration open as well. Our science instructional resources. So with the Tools for Teachers, we're able to build, as we've shared with you in our updates, build additional science instructional resources for teachers and embed it into that same system, Tools for Teachers. So we've completed 4 workshops and 59 science instructional resources are available. Just want to let you know that this July, we will conduct another in-person workshop in Sacramento, and we're going to plan on developing 15 additional resources. So let me see. And of course, one of the highlights is that there are 5 experienced resource developers who are science leads, and then the other 15 educators will act as the developers of the resources. So they're really built by California educators for California educators. And of course, our CDE staff will also work as trainers and assist and coach the educators in their development process. And they will receive that same peer review process that was used in the previous workshop so that the resources are vetted very well. And they'll be available this fall. That is the goal. Again, we continue to work with the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium because we are part of the consortium. And this summer, there are 2 workshops held in July for members of our state network of educators, what they call them our SNEs, or SNEs, to develop over 150 ELA. Okay, that was mathematics instructional resources for the Tools for Teachers. Oh, you guys needed a little pick me up anyway. So one exciting thing I want to share with you is that Smarter Balance is expanding development into including English language arts resources for kindergarten through grade 2. So that's a new thing we're doing. And there are about 80 educators from about 23 of them are from California. They're going to help with this development. And then, of course, our staff will also be on the leadership team to help with the development as well. And that is exciting. I think we're going to Oregon for that. So, all right. So I'm going to stop talking because I think I always say too much. And I'm going to hand it over to my very capable Julie Williams. She is our consultant and single-handedly really coordinate all of the national and international assessments for the state of California. Would you like me to move it along for you? Or?
Greetings, President Darlingham and esteemed board members and Chief Deputy Nicely. It is an honor to present this update to you today. I'll try to keep it very brief, seeing as the time. Thank you. So the national and international assessments in which California schools participate include the following: the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, also known as the nation's report card. The International Computer and Information Literacy Study, which some call ICILS. I just call it ICILS because that's easy. Okay. The Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, or PIRLS. The Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, my favorite. And the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, or TIMSS. So I'm going to refer to them by their acronyms from here moving forward. These assessments are all coordinated through the U.S. Department of Education's National Center for Education Statistics, or the NCES, and the CD's Assessment Development and Administration Division, or me. And they are all administered by field staff that contract with the NCS. Schools do not have to administrate these tests themselves at present. Okay, this slide shows a brief overview of all these assessments that were conducted in 2021-22 in California schools. So NAEP is the largest nationally representative and continuing assessment of what U.S. students know and can do in various subjects. It was mandated by Congress in 1969. For 2022, approximately 430 California schools out of 10,000 participated in NAEP, representing the diversity of California and the nation. About 50 students per school were randomly selected to take the NAEP in a single subject, and over 20,000 California students took NAEP this year. NAEP takes students about 2 hours to complete. And all of these assessments, as well as subject matter content, a student is offered a short survey of their educational experiences. And this provides rich contextual data that we can correlate with student scores. So between January and March of this year, NAEP conducted the following: grade 4 and 8, math and reading, to be reported at the national, state, and large district level. There are 30 large districts that participate. In California, it has slimmed down to just 2 districts, Los Angeles and San Diego Unified. Fresno Unified dropped out of that district level program this year. These results allow us to compare achievement trends over time and between jurisdictions. Participation is required for schools in districts that accept Title I funds. Grade 8 civics and U.S. history to be reported at the national level only, and age 9 long-term trend math and reading assessments to be reported at the national level only. So NAEP 22 results will be released as the nation's report card by early 2023. I'm hearing late October 22 perhaps. That will be determined by the National Assessment Governing Board. Next, we have the field test for ICILS. So ICILS is an international assessment of grade 8 computer and information literacy, administered every 5 years since 2013. ICILS 2023 will draw students from over 30 countries, and results from this and all the other international assessments are used by researchers and policymakers to inform discussions of international competitiveness. ICILS takes students about 3.5 hours to complete. In April, last month, ICILS conducted a field test to inform the development of the assessment, and fewer than 10 California schools participated in this ICILS field test. Approximately 30 will be selected for ICILS 2023. PIRLS is an international assessment of grade 4 reading literacy that's administered every 5 years since 2001. The fall 2021 PIRLS administration drew students from over 50 countries. PIRLS takes students about 3 hours to complete, and the number of California schools participating in PIRLS 2021 was 14. Results for that will be out probably early 2023. A field test for PISA. So PISA is an international assessment of 15-year-olds that measures how well they apply their knowledge and skills in reading, mathematics, science, and financial literacy. It's administered every 3 years since 2000, with over 80 countries participating. This assessment takes students about 4 hours, including breaks, to complete. In late September 2021, PISA conducted a field test to inform the development of the assessment, and fewer than 10 schools participated in that field test. We'll have about 30 for PISA 2022 coming up this fall. A field test for TIMSS. TIMSS, an international math and science assessment administered in grades 4 and 8. Administered every 4 years since 1995, with over 65 countries participating. This assessment takes students about 3 hours, including breaks, to complete. In spring 2022, TIMSS conducted a field test to determine whether questions are biased because of national, social, or cultural differences, and to confirm that field operations work as intended. Fewer than 10 California schools participated in the field test for TIMSS. Next slide, please. Follow us on Twitter, everybody. Okay. And next slide, please. I am happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have now.
I think the giggling means we have a lot of low blood sugar up here. Are we at the end of the item? Yeah, okay. So we could take clarifying questions. We are going to take public comment after lunch. And so I will, allow any clarifying questions. And of course, I'll ask Member Orozco Gonzalez, who is a liaison to the assessment group, if she has any comments at this time.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it back to Dr. Vang to present the CDE recommendation for approval.
Yes. Why don't we get those? We're not going to vote yet. We're going to discuss when we come back from lunch, but we can have them as a reminder right here.
Okay. Yes. So circling back, our recommendation for approval today are, again, the CDE, or California Department of Education, recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the following: the 2021-22 school year per pupil apportionment rates for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP tests, administered as part of the CASP system, as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2 of the item. And the 2021-22 school year per pupil apportionment rates for the English language proficiency assessments for California, or LPAC tests, administered as provided in Table 2 of Attachment 2 of the item. The proposed state Superintendent of Public Instruction's initial and summative alternate LPAC threshold scores, beginning with the 2021-22 administration, as shown in Attachment 4 of this item.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's put up the slide for public comment call-in. We're going to invite people to call in for about 30 minutes from now. We're going to get lunch in the meantime. It is 12:31. We'll be back down here by about 1:01, give or take a minute. And at the moment, I think we have no in-person public comment. If there is any online public comment or telephone public comment, please call us at 1 o'clock. All right? There we go. All right, we are reassembled. Welcome back. And we're going to now resume on public comment on the assessment mega item. Do we have any in-person public comment? We do not. So for those who are calling in, if there are any, call the conference number that's on the slide and use the participant access code. And I want to ask if there's any public comment on the phone.
We do not have any public comment.
All right. Well, moving right along. We want to. We're now open for board discussion, and Mao is here for all of our questions. and the recommendations? This was easier than I thought it might be. We could have maybe finished before lunch, but here we are. We've got any other discussion? I do have one just kind of point of clarification. It was interesting to hear that Smarter Balance is looking at the K2 space, and I just want to be mindful of the fact that we are now with TK revising the preschool learning foundations and developing a seamless strategy up through grade 3. So we would definitely want to start to think about how those things are coming together. Yes. Were you raising your hand?
I was not.
But you were. Okay. I really need the Zoom thing back. Member Orozco Gonzalez, you have a question. You guys are getting silly.
We're giddy because we had sugar now. So.
Yeah, we had the sugar. Yeah.
I just want my comments just towards the Smarter Balance plans to host the 80 educators as a resource authors for workshops. I personally was trained in 2013 from Smarter Balance, and some of those resources that I use now are quite rigorous and a great opportunity. I looked through your tools for teachers and saw a few exemplary performance tests that I thought were great for teachers to engage students into meaningful activities in their classroom, and I think it's a great start. So my comment is just a positive one, that I think they're in the right direction when it comes to performance tasks and opportunities for teachers to get training. And what I really appreciate is that we go into the direction of teacher-led workshops where teachers then go back to their school sites or their districts and then share some of this knowledge. So thank you for that.
Is there any other discussion or questions? If there is, okay, Member Rodriguez.
I just have a quick comment about the tasks and the process with the teachers, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate, especially I think the mind shift that needs to happen from teaching to the test to teaching how to think and how to process information, which is, a shift that is so necessary in our educational system these days. So thank you for that.
All right. We will hear more, I think, potentially in July about the proof of concept also that's going on with the performance tests in the classroom. So we'll look forward to that. And if there's no other discussion, I'd love to see if there's a motion to adopt the recommendations.
I motion that we adopt.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Okay, very good. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much, Mao and Tracy and Julie and Cheryl and Mary. And we're going to move right ahead to the waiver consent calendar. So we want the public comment slide up for the waivers. And first we'll take up the waiver consent items W1 through W10. We'll now open the public phone line for public comment on the waivers. Please display, we've got the slide. The members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. We will take in-person public comment first. So we ask members of the public who wish to provide comments to be ready to line up when your names are announced by SBE staff, if there are any such people. And so are there any speakers signed up for public comment on this item? Somebody's going to look. We're waiting. Okay, there's no in-person public comment. Are there any callers dialed in for public comment?
There are no callers in the queue as well.
All right. So then we will ask for a motion on waivers W1 through 10. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All of those in favor Raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item 4 is the consideration of a request for determination of funding with reasonable, that's it, yeah. The determination of funding with reasonable basis, mitigating circumstances as required for non-classroom-based charter schools. And CDE recommends that the State Board deny Sierra Foothill Charter's mitigating circumstances request and approve the determination of funding request at 70% funding for 2 years as provided in Attachment 1. The item will be presented by Stephanie Farland and McKenna Huey of the CDE. Please begin.
Good afternoon. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the State Board, Executive Director Allen. We're happy to be in person today. Today we are going to talk a little bit about determination of funding requests for non-classroom-based schools. And we have some new members, so we're going to go over a little background and context for these items. So prior to jumping into the details of this item, some background on the statutes surrounding determination of funding requests. So pursuant to Education Code 47612.5 D1, a charter school that has an approved charter may receive funding for its non-classroom-based instruction only if a determination for funding is made by the California State Board of Education. A determination of funding is required in order for charter schools to receive funding for their non-classroom-based average daily ADA, average daily attendance. If their classroom-based ADA falls below or is anticipated to fall below 80% of its total ADA. So this is not something that all charter schools have to do. It's just those charter schools whose non-classroom-based ADA fall below the 80% threshold, which we're going to describe in just a few minutes. Just to give some context for the new board members and for the board members who have been here for a while and don't add it up in their own minds over what's happened over the last 5 years. The CDE notes that from January 2017 to March 2022, the State Board has heard 540 determination of funding requests. Of those 540 funding determination requests, 81 have included the consideration of mitigating circumstances, which is the type of funding request we're hearing today, a funding request with mitigating circumstances. And so for some context, the board has approved 97% of funding determinations at the 100% level. So really close to 100%, this board has approved funding determination requests at 100%. 97% of those that are mitigating circumstance funding requests have also been approved by the board. So, and also just as some context, the State Board has also denied a school's mitigating circumstances requests based on its high reserves before. So this is not an unusual or unique circumstance that we're bringing forth today. So the process for the funding review and recommendation process. So pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 11963.4, the CDE reviews the determination of funding requests and develops a recommendation on the request. And if necessary, we will ask for additional information, which you will hear in this presentation. We did so in this case. The CDE presents its recommendation to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. The ACCS considers the information presented and makes its own recommendation to the State Board of Ed. Both the CDE and ACCS's recommendations are presented to the SBE, and you will hear both today. So as we move to describing the criteria and all of the details for the funding determination, I'm going to pass it over to McKenna Huey, who oversees the funding determination request in the Charter Schools Division.
Good afternoon. My name is McKenna Huey, as Stephanie Farland just stated. So going into the criteria for determination of funding, Education Code Section 47634.2A1 specifies that the State Board shall adopt regulations setting forth criteria for the determination of funding for non-classroom-based instruction, and at a minimum, the regulation shall specify that the non-classroom-based instruction is conducted for the instructional benefit of pupils and is substantially dedicated to that function. In determining the amount of funding to be allocated to a charter school, the State Board shall consider the amount of the charter school's total budget that was expended on certificated employee salaries and benefits, on school sites, the teacher-to-pupil ratio in the school, and any other factors that it deems appropriate. Pursuant to Education Code Section 47634.2A4, for the 2003-2004 fiscal year and each fiscal year thereafter, the amount of funding determined by the State Board shall be not more than 70% of the unadjusted amount to which a charter school would otherwise be entitled, unless the State Board determines that a greater or lesser amount is appropriate based on the criteria specified on the previous slide. So California Code of Regulations Title V, Section 11963.4A provides the criteria that shall guide the process of reviewing and developing a recommendation on determination of funding requests. Pursuant to this section, a charter school requesting a determination of funding may qualify for either 100, 85, 70, or 0%. The following table outlines the criteria for the different levels of funding, and to qualify for a proposed recommendation of 100% funding, a non-classroom-based charter school must meet the following criteria. They must spend at least 40% of the school's public revenues on salaries and benefits for their certificated employees, spend at least 80% of all revenues on instruction and related services, and maintain a pupil-to-teacher ratio of 25:1. California Code of Regulations Title V, Section 11963.4E permits the finding of a reasonable basis or mitigating circumstance by which to make a recommendation other than one that results from the specified expenditure criteria on the previous slide. So specifically, other information provided by the charter school on the funding determination form, such as the charter school's contracts, governing board members, and reserves, or documented data regarding individual circumstances of the charter school, such as one-time expenses, may be considered. So this item consists of a request for a determination of funding with reasonable basis mitigating circumstances from Sierra Foothill Charter, which is a classroom-based charter school. Now, typically, funding determination requests are not submitted by classroom-based charter schools, as their classroom-based ADA remains well above the 80% of their total ADA. However, the CDE does recommend that classroom-based charter schools submit a funding determination request if they are near the 80% threshold, or if they anticipate that their classroom-based ADA will fall below the 80% threshold, to prevent interruptions to the school's funding should the school's classroom-based ADA decrease unexpectedly. A funding determination has no positive or negative impact to a classroom-based charter school's funding if it remains above the 80% classroom-based ADA threshold. The purpose of the funding determination is really to just allow the charter school that has less than 80% classroom-based ADA to receive funding for its non-classroom-based ADA. So a little bit of background. As previously stated, Education Code 47612.5 does state that a charter school that offers non-classroom-based instruction may receive funding for that instruction only if it has an approved funding determination from the State Board. However, Senate Bill 820, Section 75, modified this process for fiscal year 21-22 and exempted schools with a funding determination that expires on June 30th, 2022 from the requirement to obtain an approved funding determination. Rather, these existing charter schools automatically receive their current level of funding for 2 years upon their submission of a complete and timely funding determination request. Their funding determination requests do not require approval by the State Board. So this school that we're hearing today, Sierra Foothill Charter, does not have an active funding determination that expires on June 30th, 2022, and is thus required to obtain an approved funding determination from the State Board, which is why we are presenting this item today. So pursuant to California Code of Regulations, Title 5, 11963.4, a charter school requesting a determination of funding may qualify for either 70, 85, 100, or 0% funding. And again, the criteria is outlined here on this table. Sierra Foothill Charter does not meet the expenditure requirements for a recommendation of 100% funding for its non-classroom-based instruction. Per regulations, the school qualifies for a 70% determination of funding, as it reported spending 37.2% on certificated salaries and benefits and 74.9% on instruction and related services. So because it did not meet the expenditure requirements, Sierra Foothill Charter did submit mitigating circumstances for consideration. The school cited its receipt of approximately $135,000 in ESSER 3 funding as a reason it did not meet the criteria for full funding. Without this one-time revenue, the school would have met the requirements for 100% funding. The CDE does acknowledge that the ESSER funding that Sierra Foothill Charter received was one-time in nature and was a unique or exceptional expense and does constitute a mitigating circumstance. However, the CDE notes that the school reported a total reserve of approximately $940,000, which makes up over 61% of the school's total expenditures. Additionally, the CDE notes that the school reported an average daily attendance of 122.26 for fiscal year 2021-22. Pursuant to California Code of Regulations, reserves in excess of greater of $50,000 or 5% of total expenditures may be allowed for economic uncertainties or long-term expenditures such as capital projects if the excess reserves are satisfactorily explained. When asked by the CDE, Sierra Foothill Charter did not state any specific plans for their high reserves. So Sierra Foothill Charter failed to meet the regulatory expenditure requirements for a recommendation of 100% funding. Pursuant to regulations, the school qualifies for 70% funding for its non-classroom-based instruction without the consideration of mitigating circumstances. When considering requests for mitigating circumstances, the CDE takes into consideration not just the mitigating circumstances request, but other information provided by the school on its funding determination form, as well as information provided by the school in its follow-up communications with the CDE, pursuant to regulations, which does state that the CDE may ask a charter school to provide additional information in order to make possible a more detailed review or to develop a reasonable basis for a recommendation. Pursuant to regulations, the CDE considers other information provided by the charter school, including its reserves, when a school fails to meet the expenditure requirements for the recommendation for full funding. Unlike previously heard schools with large reserves, Sierra Foothill Charter did not articulate plans that would require additional funding above its existing robust reserve. Since this request was presented to the ACCS at its April 12th meeting, the CDE has received no other communication from the school regarding its plan for its reserves. As such, the CDE has determined that the information submitted by Sierra Foothill Charter does not support its claim for mitigating circumstances. While the school did obtain one-time revenue that impacted its expenditure percentages, the school had a sizable reserve at its disposal that could have been spent on certificated salaries and benefits and instruction and related services. The CDE does have concerns that Sierra Foothill Charter's spending patterns do not demonstrate that they are spending at adequate levels for the students that they serve. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to Stephanie Farland for our recommendation.
So as we stated earlier, it is recommended that charter schools, classroom-based charter schools who have a feeling, a fear, projection that they might fall below that 80% threshold to submit a funding determination request. Sometimes we don't have to use them at all. And in this case, it's very likely that they won't have to use this one based on numbers that come in on their P2. So moving forward, I just wanted to reiterate that they don't always use them. The classroom-based charter schools, we do it just in case, so we don't want their funding to be interrupted or impacted negatively in any way, but there's a very good chance that this school will not even have to use this funding determination request. We are recommending, the department is recommending today that the SBE deny Sierra Foothill Charter's mitigating circumstances request and approve their determination of funding at 70% for 2 years. We do note that the school may submit a reconsideration request to seek a higher level of funding during the effective period of its funding determination pursuant to regulations. So at any point in the next 2 years, if indeed they do need to use it and they manage to meet the 80% threshold, they certainly can come back for a reconsideration. And we do have schools that do that here to the SBE. As stated earlier, it did go to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. At its April 12th, 2022 meeting, the ACCS did not agree with the CDE's recommendation and instead moved to recommend that the SBE approve Sierra Foothill Charter's mitigating circumstance request and approve their determination of funding request at 100% for 2 years. That motion passed by a vote of 6-1. And that is our presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie and McKenna. Right now, we're going to open the phone line for public comment. And members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. We will take in-person public comment on this item first. So we ask members of the public who wish to provide comments to be ready to line up when your names are announced by SBE staff. While we're waiting, we will ask for some initial comments from Member Olken on this item, and I will make some comments as well before we go to public comment.
Really? I'm first. Okay. First of all, thank you for your report and for the explanation of sort of over the course of time what these determinations look like, and it's super helpful to get the history and the background. This was my first advisory commission on charter schools meeting, and so it's really still trying to understand the players and the rules and regulations, but I really appreciate the ongoing attempt to help me understand how this works. My understanding is that in the time since this was first brought for a funding determination, we haven't received any more information from the school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to stop there for now. I appreciate that in this time, budgets are complicated. We don't always know how much funding we're going to receive when we have to pass our budgets, and that our first important rule is to try and get as much money as possible towards our students. And so I appreciate the continued efforts to understand what the mitigating circumstance is and how that money is going to be spent on kids and program, because at the heart of it, that's what we need to be doing. So thank you.
And I'll just add my comments. I also attended the ACCS meeting with Member Olken, and we'll say there was a robust conversation as it relates to this particular item. And again, to underscore for my fellow board members that the funding determination request was made, and CDE did reach out for additional information as it relates to the reserves at that time, and had not received information. But I'm quite encouraged, Stephanie, as you mentioned in your closing comment, that they may not need the funding determination at all, but it's good to know that, and I appreciate again the historical background that you provided on actions the board has taken in relation to these type of items. So again, a good conversation. The information as of right now had not been received from the school for CDE to make any further determinations, if you will, as it relates to their request.
My question is, since you met on April 12th, and the ACCS did not accept the CDE's recommendation, my question is, does the Advisory Commission usually disregard the CDE's recommendation?
I don't know if they disregarded it. They just didn't agree. But no, I would say more often than not, they are in alignment.
Okay.
But they certainly have their own opinions, and they come from various backgrounds. And so, they do not always agree with CDE's recommendation.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm not familiar, so thank you.
Yeah.
Any other?
I'm sorry, this is a procedural question. Is this, I got a little flummoxed because I wasn't sure if we were doing public comment or clarifying questions.
We do clarifying questions, then we do public comment.
Okay, so I do have a clarifying question, which is about what you mentioned about potentially not needing a mitigating or a funding determination. Can you explain that? That's new information.
I will try. Yes, because I'm not in the funding division, but the way I understand it is that when they look at their P2, turn in their P2 numbers, it could have changed in terms of the funding. The ADA could be back up above 80%. So usually when these classroom-based schools submit a funding determination, they're usually right on the fence of thinking either we're going to dip below 80 or above, or dip below 80. It's usually not by huge margins. And so by the time when they submit their funding determination to the time where they submit their P2 ADA figures, it could change. And so in this case, I can't confirm it, but based on what I'm hearing is that they may not need to use it after all, because they're no longer below the 80% threshold. So they'll have to confirm that in our SFSD division will confirm that when they release the data that comes in for the P2s. But that's why, because it can change. The ADA changes from the time they submit their funding determination to the time that they confirm their P2 ADA.
Gotcha. And can I just ask a further question? And just to make sure I understand, for a school that has both classroom-based and non-classroom-based, for a charter school that has both classroom-based and non-classroom-based instruction, if the classroom-based instruction is more than 80% of their ADA, then they do not need a funding determination.
Correct. 80% or more, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is, I hope this is helpful for anyone else because it's making sense to me now. And so what may have changed is the ratio of their classroom-based program to their non-classroom-based program.
Yes.
And then this funding determination would be moot because they would go with classroom-based apportionment.
Yes.
Funding. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Just to add one other clarification, we will nonetheless be voting on the original recommendation in case it is necessary. And if there are no other clarifying questions, we will go to public comment. We have one in-person public comment, I believe, and then we'll go to on-the-phone public comment.
I think I got this microphone figured out. I'm a pro now. You can hire me.
Go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm still Michael Juba, representing the California Teachers Association. CTA would like to express our support for the CDE's recommendation to deny Sierra Foothill Charter's mitigating circumstances request and approve the determination of funding requests at 70% funding for the next 2 years. The CDE, as you heard, clearly outlines in the item their rationale for this recommendation, and they communicated with the charter to receive additional information. As stated in the item, There were many non-classroom-based charters that apply for funding determinations with large financial reserves. And based on CDE's due diligence in this matter, it is clear that there is no basis to approve the mitigating circumstances, and it is unclear why the commissioners of the ACCS would recommend overturning the CDE's well-reasoned recommendation. So CTA would recommend that the SBE adopt the CDE's recommendation on this item. Thank you.
We do. We have one caller in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute.
Hello, it's Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. I'm not here to represent the school in question. We actually don't know them very well, and I'm very concerned that they may not understand the gravity of this because they're really a classroom-based school. I'm here, though, because we're very concerned that cuts of this huge magnitude would send a signal to many other charter schools that they need to essentially dump a ton of money out of their budget between now and June 30. And that's a concern that I think the ACCS very much shared, and very important to understand the gravity of the signaling that your votes on these items take. And so for that reason, we fully support the ACCS's recommendation, notwithstanding our respect for the work that CDE has done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for item number 4.
We'll turn to board discussion. Is there discussion of the item now? Yes, Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Just wanted to bring forward a point. I believe that was said during the presentation, but to underscore for our board members that in moving forward, if the school does need to avail themselves of the funding determination, and if the board were to approve or move to approve the CDE recommendation, the school does have the opportunity to come back and request the full funding, 100% of the funding determination within that 2-year period. So just wanted to clarify that as we make a decision and however the board chooses to vote, that the school does have the opportunity to come back if needed.
Is there other discussion? Yes, Member Patillo-Brownson.
It's so striking that the school did not reply to CDE's opportunity to describe other uses of the reserves, and I think puts it in a pretty unique place from the types of determinations we've had to make decisions on before. The only thing that I would just flag is I just wonder if there's a way to address the signaling issue. Obviously, that's not a board decision, that's a communication issue, but that was raised by the call-in person. But otherwise, I think it's one of those lack of substantiation or response even, I think just speaks volumes, unfortunately, and that sort of, I think, makes it pretty clear.
Yeah. And they didn't, and you know, we certainly don't advocate getting rid of reserves for charter schools. We know how important reserves are for charter schools, and I take a little issue with the callers identifying it as dumping money out. You know, that money is allocated to schools to use for students and teaching and learning. So we would never advocate any charter school to dump money just to be able to get to 100%. It certainly wasn't the case here. We've had charters come up on mitigating circumstance items before with large reserves, and they had uses for those reserves that we took into consideration and approved them for 100%. So it isn't a signal to the field that you can't have large reserves. It's a signal to the field that you should use LCFF, right? The charter schools non-classroom-based should be using it appropriately. And if they find themselves in this circumstances, mitigating circumstances, we just need to have really just a reasonable reason as to why they have such high reserves. So yeah, I certainly wouldn't want that signal to go out to the field that the department or the board doesn't believe in a strong reserve for charter schools. And in this case, we didn't get it, and they didn't call in either. So I don't know if that just points to the fact that they think they'll probably not need it. But yes, there has been a lack of communication.
Member Escobedo and then Member Olken.
Well, I'd like to add that these funds obviously are needed to be used for student learning and teaching. And when I look at their own LCAP, and this is benchmarked from spring of 2021, 43% of students aren't meeting standards, 37 not meeting ELA standards yet. There's funds there to help students with tutoring, to help students to perhaps some other modes of enhancing their learning or helping teachers enhance their practice as well. So I think the message is, you have the resources, use them for the purpose they're given to you. And there is a need at that school.
Thank you, Member Olken.
This was a good learning experience for me in terms of thinking about the way funding really gets at our mission. I guess they're so deeply connected, and I would be remiss if I didn't say this is a time as a charter leader. And I actually think for all public school leaders, this has been a time where finances have been very unsure. And we see districts across the state really struggling financially. We see the instability that happens for teachers when that happens and the pink slips. I mean, it's a time, I'm really excited about the budget news for next year because maybe we're turning a corner on it. But I think it's not surprising to me that schools would be trying to maintain some level of stability in these unstable times. That said, I started by saying I think our budget is our mission statement, or it's at least a reflection of it, and it could be for Sierra Foothill, but because they haven't given us information about why they spent their money the way they did, and we just are left guessing, it gives me pause. And it was that information that I would need in order to, in order to question the really great work of the Department of Education. And we just didn't receive it. And so I can't read tea leaves, So anyway, thank you.
Any other discussion of the item? All right. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the CDE's recommendation to deny Sierra Foothills charter application for mitigating circumstances.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thank you. I think we're going to move right ahead to move into our regular consent calendar, which includes items 5 through 11. We will now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 5 through 11. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for people to call in, we'll take any in-person public comment in the boardroom. Is there any in-person public comment? There is not. And we'll give it a little bit of wait time because sometimes there's a lag for folks who are trying to call in. So give it a few seconds. And by the way, I was asked to remind you when you're speaking to lean into the mic because the live feed has had some trouble picking some of us up. I just reminded myself, so I'm now reminding you. Is there any telephone comment?
We do not have any callers in the queue.
All right. So do I have a motion? Thank you. Member Lewis, do I have a second? Okay, thank you. And all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The motion carries. And we're going to move right on to reopen item number 1, which is to take action on the preliminary report of the actions from the draft March 2022 meeting minutes and to have members report on their liaison assignments. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, we will have that back up again. I have a motion from a board member to approve the March 2022 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second, I see Member Patillo Brownson is trying to be right on. I think we have a little race going on.
I'm also trying to remember to lean into the.
We need buzzers or something, right? All right. So we have the motion. We have the second. Are there any public comments before we vote?
No, we do
there
not
are
have
no
any public
comments. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All of those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have an abstention. Sharon was not here. Yep, that's great. So now we're going to do our liaison reports. And I want you to report out on your liaison activities that are not related to items on the May agenda. So I'm going to call on our board members in alphabetical order based on their last name. And I'm going to start with Rana. And Rana, I understand you have some news about where you've decided to go on to college in next year, and I will let you give your own news, although I'm bursting to tell it.
Well, thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I decided to commit to Stanford, so I'm really excited. Thank you. It's great to see everyone here in person finally. I really apologize for arriving late today. I had my final IB test this morning. Of course, it was tons of fun, as you all may guess. But I'm really happy to be here now. First of all, I want to recognize Teachers Appreciation Week, which happened earlier this month. Teachers are truly the foundation of our education system, and I am so incredibly grateful for all of the teachers I've had, not just this year, but throughout my educational career. They've always supported me. They've always made sure that I understand even the difficult topics, math, and they even take time out of their days and that they're not even being paid, and they, support students. And so, I just want to thank all of the teachers across our great state for all that you guys do. Continuing with the theme of shout-outs, I want to shout out Naomi Porter, who was recently appointed by Governor Newsom to be next year's student board member on this board. She's an incredible student and a passionate change maker, and so I'm really excited to start prepping her for the role over the summer. And then recently, I was able to participate alongside students from across the state in a webinar with the Department of Public Health about the impact of COVID-19 on schools and just thinking about ways that we can move forward. And there was a really great diversity of perspectives there, which I really appreciated. And I felt like I could personally learn a lot from the various perspectives that I was able to hear in that webinar. So students emphasized the importance of expanding after-school access to tutoring to remedy the learning loss that happened last year, the importance of listening to student perspectives when trying to make decisions about moving forward. And students also said that they felt like it would be beneficial to make sure that students continually understand the status of COVID-19, because while there are some districts where all of the students pretty much are still wearing their masks and they're still being very safe, there are also districts, on the other hand, which are kind of moving on and almost seems like they forget that COVID still exists. And so I think it's just important to make sure that everyone stays informed and is aware. And then looking forward, I'm excited to be speaking at a webinar this Friday hosted by Senator Padilla, where we'll be discussing the impact of COVID on mental health, which I'm sure you all know is very broad, and there's definitely a lot to talk about there. So I'm looking forward to that. And that concludes my board report.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. We'll see you on campus. Member Escobedo.
Yes, West Ed. A great meeting with West Ed, and would like to invite my colleagues on, I believe is June 9th. They're having they're hosting a presentation by Heather McGee, who authored The Sum of Us, What Racism Costs Everyone and How We Can Prosper Together. And it's actually very timing, and she is an economist, and she looks at racism through the eyes of the economic conditions in our state, and how those lack of opportunities not only has affected the quality of life for people of color, but mainstream America as well. And the degradation of our society can all be connected to the lack of economic opportunity. So I'll send you all, that link. It's only an hour. Should be quite a unique perspective on how to look at racism from a different lens. Also, West Ed is looking at the evolution of formative assessments and how they're looking at establishing a new way to inform teachers throughout the year, and working with states like New York and incorporating a different type of assessment and information system. So more on that a little bit later.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to attend the April convening of the Instruction Quality Commission. It was the first time that particular group of commissioners has been able to meet in person, and it was quite a jovial mood in the space. I will definitely say that for the commissioners, some who've only seen themselves through the screen, to get together, similar to us today. At that particular meeting, there were a couple of topics that were discussed that I'll highlight very briefly for all of you. One was that they received an update on the comprehensive state literacy plan. And so information was provided on just kind of an overview of the work that had been done to date. But also there was a sharing of the online literacy resource repository that is under development and will be accessible to educators. Another really exciting update, if you will, that took place at the IQC meeting was in regards to upcoming model curriculums. And there are 4 very important areas that will begin to start the process of developing. And they are Native American Studies, Vietnamese American Refugee Experience, Cambodian Genocide, and Hmong History and Cultural Studies. So we will definitely keep you posted. County offices and those who will be working together to help develop those model curriculums, as well as others, have been identified and will start to convene. And again, I will continue to keep the board updated. And the last portion that they talked about was another update, if you will, on the California Digital Learning Integration and Standards Guidance. We were able to hear the resources that are available online, as well as videos and things of that sort to help support educators in that digital learning space, which we know is very important for some of our students as well. And President Darling-Hammond, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Member Lewis.
Okay, thank you. The committee that I sat in on was the waiver committee, and it was a very enlightening meeting, and I really learned from that meeting. We actually went through the waivers, and then I was given information regarding the articles that give us waiver authority, and also the policies regarding some of the waivers that were on our agenda. So one meeting, very informative. I like the process of going through and discussing each of the waivers and finding the merit as to whether they stay on consent or should be brought to the open group. So I really appreciated the deep discussion and explanation behind those, and look forward to working with that committee as well.
Perfect.
I believe my other one is the IQC, but I missed the meeting.
You'll have more to say next time.
Glover Woods did an outstanding job. Even though I wasn't there, I know it was right on point. Right on point.
All right, wonderful. Member McQuillan.
All right. So nice to meet all of you in person after 2 years of Zooming together. So it's great to see you. Not a whole lot to report from my position. We're looking forward to the next Joint Pathways Career Technical Education Committee coming up, I think, on June 10th. That hasn't been confirmed yet. We've been trying to find a date that works. Member Glover Woods, what you said is very true, that there's a lot of buzz around California around the model curriculum, especially American Indian model curriculum. There's a lot of tribes who are buzzing about that and wanting to give input, and very excited about that. So looking forward to it. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Olken.
Thank you. I just want to echo also, it's so great to be here in person with you all. I'm going to have to stop saying I'm new soon because we're all new together today. I'm serving as a liaison to both the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools and the Advisory Commission on Special Education. In terms of the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, we already covered the main topic of that meeting today. And unfortunately, I was not able to attend the meeting. I don't think I had been actually assigned yet to the meeting on the Advisory Commission for Special Education, but I received the materials, and they're really amazing. There was one set of materials on and a report on the impact of universal pre-K on special education and what that might mean for being able to identify and support students at a younger age. And then there was another set of materials on the importance of social emotional learning and support. So things that are topics I think near and dear to all of us here. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Great. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
I know you mentioned that mine was part of the mega item as a liaison assignment, but I just want to have a comment about that, about how important is the work that they're doing on demonstrating the proof of concept for the performance tasks. Some of the things that we're doing in our district that is similar to what Smarter Balance is doing is preparing those CFAs, which are pretty much a performance test, and we've seen that by the collection of data that students are learning more deeply and being more engaged in their own learning by doing several tasks versus one, common response test. So I think that's really important work, and I think some of the stuff that I thought was really great was the science instructional resources for tools for teachers. The resources that are being provided for teachers to look at and to curate for their own classrooms is a great database and a great start for the students in California. So I'm excited to see the work and the proof of concept in the fall or late summer, correct? Okay, so that's what I have to report. Thank you.
And Member Patia-Brownson.
Hi, and I'm not on my phone except for my notes. So I had my first meeting, which was super exciting to actually talk with the California State Summer School for the Arts. And it's been a really exciting sort of moment of change for them, I think. So They went virtual, as so many organizations did during the pandemic, and they are back in action for this summer. They'll be having about 500 students from across the state who will be joining them in a host of artistic pursuits. They also have been doing some really interesting work to lean into their mission of serving the full diversity of California kids. And so they have changed some of their rubric in terms of looking at admissions to encourage both via recruitment as well as looking at the application process to encourage more first-generation college-going students, and also to do greater outreach at Title I schools. And what's exciting is in a fairly short amount of time, they have been able to actually see real results and a greater geographic distribution, a greater distribution of different fields of art, and also socioeconomic and racial diversity. So it's, I think, a lovely success story, and just want to lift up the leadership of Matthew Gallagher, who's the sort of new-ish ED there, who has been leading a lot of really great work. I'll also flag that I had the opportunity to meet the Secretary of Education, Cardona, down in Southern California as he was doing a tour and meeting with school board members, and he was both fantastic representing our president's education agenda, and certainly lifted up, I think, 3 key themes that will sound very familiar given today's discussion. One around the need for mental health, which I think is absolutely a core part of the community schools offering, and also I'm excited to know that Rana will be representing California alongside Senator Padilla to raise up that issue. Also the necessity of tutoring after school and summer programs to help with learning loss and learning acceleration. And then lastly, the need to address the teacher shortage and teacher retention efforts. And what was, I think, really heartening is those are all big challenges that California shares with a lot of other states, and that California is already leaning quite heavily into all 3 of those areas in a way that I think speaks well of our leadership and how we are addressing each of those. The last thing I'll just say is this is actually more referencing last year's budget, but sort of seeing the fun effects when I think state and local work together. So in last year's budget, the governor proposed and the legislature came together on child savings accounts, which begin children and families on a journey of thinking about college savings and training for post-college, which is where we want, if we do our jobs right in K-12, then they go on to the next system and do incredibly well. And if they have a nest egg of savings, there's great studies around the importance of how that shapes their notion of what they can do next. There's also now a local effort, there has been for many years in San Francisco, to have a similar child savings account. LAUSD just debuted its as well, so that all first graders across the district will have additional contributions for child savings accounts. And there's a healthy buzz amongst a couple of other school districts. So sometimes innovation starts at local and sort of floats up to state, and sometimes it starts at state and floats in circles around the state. And that concludes my report.
Awesome. Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and fellow members and public. So I have some very good news about National Board, the National Board Incentive, the Professional Teaching Standards Certificate Incentive Program. Year 1 numbers, 1,818 teachers in high priority schools pursued National Board certification this year, compared to 341 teachers from high priority schools in 2021. So those were big numbers, yes. 1,955 National Board certified teachers in high priority schools will receive the first $5,000 installment of the $25,000 incentive reward. And CDE has done a phenomenal job with outreach, partnering with professional networks and labor groups and administering the program to get these great results. And I encourage any teacher in the classroom to pursue national board certification. There's something very powerful about having a common language to reflect on one's teaching and to improve our practice to better serve our students. Going on with the teacher shortage, so I was invited to be on a PEP committee, and at first I thought I'd be chairing, but it stands for Public Education Positions. And yeah, but I was still chairing. And it's actually through NASB, the National Association of School Boards of Education. And so this particular committee, basically, the work is presented to the assembly, and it'll be like what the resources of the staff and the organization will focus on for the coming year. And so I'm on the teacher shortage, teacher preparation workforce team, and we've been, and I think the reason why I ended up on that team is I kept citing LPI teacher shortage articles that I'd read, and then all of a sudden I became the person. And so anyway, we're working very hard to present something in October, and enthusiastic that we'll have yet another partner agency working on this crisis and making sure that we're recruiting teachers. And I'd also like to encourage career changers. I'm a career changer. I didn't go straight from college into teaching, and I think that I know it's the best decision I ever made. So lastly, the CTC is looking for school employees, and we mentioned today that it's School Employee Week, for the teacher credentialing program that was started about 4 years ago, and it's very successful. And it's people that work within the school who can apply to become teachers, and they're supported throughout the process. So it's very powerful if you know somebody who, works in the front office, who's always like, oh, I want to go back to school and I want to be a teacher, and they already have relationships with the students. So this is a wonderful program. They will be accepting applications until June 10th. And lastly, educator preparation student liaison for the CTC is also an open spot, and they are looking for applicants. If you know anybody who is in a teacher preparation program, they're the voice, right? The liaison that represents that particular student population. And the application is due before June 30th. President, that concludes my report.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm going to offer just a couple of examples of things that are of the ways California is being talked about in the policy arena. Sometimes I'm doing the talking, sometimes other people are. But things that made me very proud to think about, and I think they will make you proud too. I was in a meeting of the Collaborating States Initiative of the CASEL organization, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, Emotional Learning, and California was identified as a state that has really taken a holistic approach to social emotional learning and restorative practices. So I was asked to sort of just help people understand the pieces of it, and it was a really interesting reflection because starting some years ago when I first came to California, in fact, there was a zero tolerance law that required student exclusion from school for a set of offenses that you sort of had to suspend or expel for. And that was changed. That law was ultimately eliminated. Then there was legislation to eliminate willful defiance as a reason for suspension. Suspension was put into the accountability system for the federal accountability elements, along with school climate, part of our 8 state priorities. Money was put into professional development for social emotional learning, restorative practices. The CTC enacted standards for both administrators and teachers, requiring that social emotional learning and supports and restorative practices be part of what people learn to do. The state undertook a multi-tiered system of support initiative. And with all of those things going on, which is much more comprehensive than states usually approach these things, as we've had a huge decline in suspension, a corresponding increase in graduation rates, and a big, big improvement in school safety. So it was just really nice to be able to think about the fact that over this last decade or so, we've really tackled some of these, concerns from multiple angles. And then I'll just also let you know that we recently got word, Brooks knows this, that California has been selected for the Frank Newman Award that the Education Commission of the states gives out for state innovation. And the comment about that was that no other state is really doing such large structural long-term reform as California. So leaving us on a high note, like we began with, May being the time for recognizing accomplishments, I think the hard work that everyone in this body and our companion bodies in government is doing is moving us forward. So it's a good way to go into the summer, right? And so with that, we're going to take up our last agenda item, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. And I guess we'll give it a moment and see if there's anyone waiting to provide public comment. Is there anybody in person waiting to do so? I don't see anybody in the audience. But just checking. And is there anyone who's called in to provide public comment?
There is one caller in the queue.
There is no caller in the queue.
There's one. There's one.
There's one. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Please offer your public comment.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Beth Kelly. No affiliation. I'm just a parent. I just wanted to make a comment about the California math framework, the draft one that's available, and I'm really disappointed in it. I think that it kind of dumbs down math education and unfortunately isn't based in best practices around math. As a middle class person, I can bypass the system by, getting supplemental math outside of school, but we really shouldn't have to do that. No kid should have to do that. And at a minimum, I really urge you to make the framework more user-friendly so that teachers can actually utilize what it is. Right now, it's like over 1,000 pages, and it's not useful. And also, at a bare minimum, it's important to get rid of their various misstatements about the research that is cited. And at least I want something to be passed that has integrity. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, hi. My name is Joseph Guy Campbell, and I am a candidate for the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I also work in Montessori education. I publish books about Montessori education. I work with a lot of great educators. I can tell there's a lot of great educators listening to me right now. I want to just express my appreciation for the board, especially for the president, Dr. Darling Hammond. You guys do a lot to support the kids of California. It's a joy to see the meeting, see you guys having a good time, laughing. I'm glad you're there in person. I want to express a little concern about some of the school closures scheduled in Oakland, and I didn't come on to make a fuss. I'm going to follow up, hopefully, with President Dr. Hammond, Darling Hammond, but if not, hopefully someone from the state board. I got a couple of questions, and I know there's a little controversy concerning that. But, yeah, just thank you guys so much for doing everything you do for the...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 12.
Right. And as we started the meeting with, we know we're going to have a deep dive into the math framework at some point, so we'll have many opportunities to take account of all the many comments. And with that, I hereby adjourn our May 2022 State Board of Education meeting. at 2:20 p.m. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you in July.
Wow. So you'll be here in July.